Hey everyone, and welcome to the stream. Sorry, I just needed to turn the fan down a little bit so it wouldn't come off really loud. But anyway, welcome to the stream. Good to see you guys again. This is the second stream of the night. Well, first I had it this morning because of the Smash thing that happened. But yeah, it is me, ShellshockPrime, and I'm here again with another stream week. But yeah, earlier this morning, there was a reveal of the ARMS character, which ended up being Min Min, which I'm actually excited about. Despite the fact that Min Min wasn't my first choice, Twintel was. Still, it was pretty hyped to see that. Then after that, we got to I watched the reveal of Crash 4. It's About Time. It actually looks pretty damn good. So far, it's only for PS4 and Xbox One. I'm assuming it's going to come to Switch and PC, maybe PS5 and Xbox Series X down the road. And then, like, after that, we watched the Summer Game Fest special that they had, where it was all the day of the devs, like all the indie devs, like showing off all their new games that are coming out, and a lot of them look really cool. I did it with Silverstone, I multi-stream with Silverstone, and also we had Matt Big Fat, Vesperia, I'm Savior, MMG Mike also popped into the call, and also Steven AD. It was a lot of fun. It was definitely a cool thing. But yeah, tonight we're going to be doing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. We are in Case 3. Finished Case 2 last week, the second half of it, and man, what a case that was. That was crazy. But man, I think it's going to get a lot crazier tonight. And here is the schedule for the week. So tonight and tomorrow will be Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations, because tonight's going to be Case 3. Depending on the timing, I think this might be a long case. If I feel up for it, I'll do Case 4 tonight. Otherwise, I'll save that for the beginning of tomorrow's stream, because from what I've gathered, Case 4 is relatively short compared to Case 3 and Case 5. Case 5 is going to be long, so my plan is to split Case 5 regardless into 2 streams. So I'll beat the second half of Case 5 another night, but yeah, tomorrow's more Trials and Tribulations, Case 5, maybe Case 4, we'll see. Wednesday is Ninjala with friends. We're going to be multi-streaming with Silverstone, Epic Man, and anybody else that has Ninjala that wants to play. It's free to play, so feel free to get it if you want. And to people who say, I don't have Nintendo Switch Online, for this game, you do not need to have Nintendo Switch Online. You could just download it from eShop, and you're good to go. Thursday is Retro Night, where it's going to be Sega Ages. Going to be playing a lot of classic Sega games. And it's going to be part of the Sega Ages lineup from the Nintendo Switch. But all these games are classic games, whether it be like Genesis, Master System, or arcade. Though most of the games are going to be arcade games. And then Saturday Night Game Club returns once again with Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. That's what's going to be happening for this entire week. Hope you guys join me for all these games this week. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to each and every one of you guys coming in. I'm looking forward to everything, and it's definitely going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to this. So before I begin, I want to address something. So earlier today, I found out that Mixer is currently going to be gone. It's going to be gone soon, July 22nd, and it's going to be merging with Facebook Gaming. It's going to be absorbed into Facebook Gaming, and from what I heard is that some of the partners might be moving to Facebook Gaming. That's what they're intending. And it took a lot of people by surprise. Very few of the Mixer founders knew about this. But not the Mixer founders, Mixer partners. Very few of them knew about it, but it's the big ones like Shroud and Ninja, for instance. They knew about this, but a lot of other people were blindsided by the news, partners and all the other streamers. Not only that, but also the employees have been blindsided by this, and it's a messed up situation all around, because they decided, we're just going to shut it all down. And I feel bad because like I have a good friend CTK. He streams on Mixer, and I haven't heard like what how he feels about it yet. I tagged him on Twitter to see like if he's seen anything. He hasn't responded yet, but he would be devastated by this, and anybody would. Like, who wouldn't be? Because it's messed up. It's messed up that it happened in the first place. Because what happened was that there was this thing that happened where for a while this former Mixer employee who was working for them for a while, and what happened is that he was dealing with a lot of racism and abuse, and he called it to their attention. Not only that, but also every time he would have ideas and all that stuff, they would pass him in favor of some other people, and then he ended up just leaving because like it was a very toxic environment. So then like Phil Spencer even reached out to him recently to talk to him and see if they could sort things out. And now here we are, like Microsoft is just like getting rid of Mixer, because Mixer's been around since like 2016. It was originally Beam, and then like 2017 Microsoft bought it and turned it into Mixer. So, and now like Mixer is going to be like absorbed into like it's merging and absorbing with Facebook Gaming. So Facebook Gaming is what they're going to be pushing right now, and I don't know how to feel about any of that, but it's definitely something that people should be concerned about, because a lot of people left Twitch or left YouTube or whatever to go to Mixer because they felt that the environment there would be much better than YouTube or Twitch, for instance. But now it's like now all the streamers are going to have to figure out what they're going to do. Are they going to go back to Twitch? Or are they going to go back to YouTube? Or are they going to actually try out Facebook Gaming or whatever else they're gonna do? Like it sucks. I feel really awful for everyone that has to go through all this, like not knowing exactly how to process any of this, like just finding out the news like that, and they didn't even tell you that's happening. Instead they just say, oh, guess what, we'll make a social media post, and guess what, Mixer's gonna be gone by July 22nd. So man, how do you handle all that? How do you process that? That's not cool. I don't get the mentality. Like, if you're going to be shutting down, at least let everybody know in advance, and so then everyone can prepare for that. I mean, yes, July 22nd is still a couple of weeks away, but still, at least like be very transparent about it. Like, and there was no transparency about this at all. They just up and did it without telling anybody, but maybe like a few of the bigger streamers that were on there. It sucks. It's fucking awful that they did that. But oh man, I just hope for the best to all the people who stream on Mixer. Now they got to figure out what they need to do here, because I'm not gonna lie, like there was actually a point sometime last year, like not too long after the whole thing when Ninja signed with Mixer at leaving Twitch. What happened was that there were a lot of people who thought that they were going to jump ship from Twitch to Mixer. I was thinking about it. I had conversations with people, and to be quite honest, like I was just on the fence about it, because I just felt that I just didn't think that maybe like it would be something I want to do. I was like, yeah, I'm jumping ship, but why? Like, what if like I were to do that and the people that supported me on Twitch are not going to be coming with me in a Mixer? Like they're saying that like we're not going to move over the Mixer and watch you. That's something I personally thought. I'm not just saying it's just for me, but in general, like, because there are people who like would be accepting about it and they would support you, but there are people who won't, and there are people who actively like just won't do it at all. It's hard. It's really hard. But like I thought about it and I decided, you know what, like maybe I'm just gonna stay on Twitch regardless of all the stuff that's been going on, like because Twitch is not in a good place right now. But that's another topic I'll talk about like soon. But yeah, it's just the fact that like I thought about like at least testing the waters, like doing like a test stream or something, like introductory stream just to introduce myself to the Mixer audience, and I never actually went ahead and did it. And now, like now, obviously, I'm not going to be able to do it. Well, not even if I wanted to, but I mean, people could still stream until July 22nd, but again, my heart goes out to all the people who were streaming on streaming on Mixer, and all of a sudden this happens. And the other thing that I want to talk about briefly, was that there's a lot of people who have been abused lately, and they're speaking out against all the abusers, all the predators. Doesn't matter what type of abuse it was, whether it's physical, sexual, or any other type of harassment. I do not welcome that at all. Like, I actually am 100% against that. My heart goes out to all the survivors out there, and I wish you all the best. And I stand with you. I stand with everyone who have been abused or harassed in any shape or form by any predator. So my thing is this. I'll just say this right now. If anyone has a problem with me, like, being against any type of harassment whatsoever, physical, sexual, whatever, it doesn't matter, any type of harassment or whatever, if anyone has a problem with me, like, not condoning any of that whatsoever, if you don't like the fact that I am against all that, then I suggest that you unfollow, because I would not want you watching any of my streams if that's the case, because I feel that that's not something I want. I value people. I value a lot of people in terms of, like, how much I can respect people, but there's a thin line between respect given and how, like, people aren't owed anything over the fact that they do a lot of bullshit. I rather just, like, not I rather not even give them the time of day, but at the same time, we are human beings, and we have to hold a lot of people accountable, and that's the problem. That's the problem we have right now. No one wants to hold anyone accountable. There are a lot of people who have the whole "not my problem" mentality, or there are people who encourage this type of behavior, and it's not right. No one should have to deal with any type of harassment whatsoever. So my thing is this: I don't give a shit about the people that want to come in and start shit, whatever. But if you want to say shit about me, go right ahead. I don't care. But if you want to go ahead and hurt other people, that's where I'm going to draw the line. So all I have to say is my heart goes out to all the survivors. My heart goes out to all the people who have been abused by predators. So I just hope that for the best for you guys. Okay, so that's all I want to say. Now we're going to get to the main part of this. So tonight I am going to be playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. So let's go ahead and do that. I just needed to get all that out of my chest. But yeah, hey Shad, good to see you, buddy. But yeah, I had to get all that out of my chest because within the past couple of days, I needed to do just that. Alright. So, I am eating stuff while I watch. Nice. But yeah, good to see you, Shad. So, we're going to start off recipe for turnabout. That's going to be case number 3. So let's go ahead and do that, shall we? That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. It wasn't me. I swear, it wasn't me. The evidence and testimony we have seen and heard are conclusive. The victim alone at his table when he drank from that... No, you're wrong. I know what I saw. I saw. Wait, what's going on? I saw someone else there. A man. He's the real killer. Huh? What the hell? Why won't anyone believe me? Well, I'd say that pretty much wraps this case up, wouldn't you? Mr. Wright, this court finds the defendant guilty. This court is adjourned. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. Yeah, that's a big F. Hey, Matt. So, from what I found out about this case before I started is that this case was originally going to be a part of Phoenix Wright Justice for All, but due to time constraints and the cartridge limitations, they couldn't include it. So unfortunately, they had to leave it out. So instead, it made it over here to this game. So let's see how everything fits in. Let's see how it all goes. It's Recipe for Turnabout. We're at the Wright & Co. law offices. We just lost the case. What's gonna happen? We're about to find out. Ah, the start of the new year always makes me feel like I could take on the whole world. I bet it does, Maya. So, I decided that our resolution should be... Sorry, take on the world. What do you think? Sure, whatever, Maya. But I think maybe you had more than enough mistletoe cake. Never! You got to eat a lot of cake during New Year's. It's practically a tradition. Like watching the fireworks on TV or play a board game. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe. Happy New Year, Detective. Likewise. Now listen up, Wright. I wanna... Here's another fruitful year of lawyer police cooperation. Yeah, me too. Alright, pal. You got some explaining to do. Have you got a holiday present for me, Detective? A what? Well, here, have this. It's really nothing much, but... Yay, thanks! Look, pal, we need to have a talk. Take a seat. Hey, what about Pearlie? You haven't forgot about her present, have you? No. I mean, yes. I mean, no. Are you doing this on purpose? Guess I'm busted. How did you like my first practical joke of the year? Very funny, pal. Now, let's see how funny you think this is when I show you this. What is it? A magazine? Hey, I want to see. Deadly poisoning brings guilty verdict. Defense attorney Wright trounced. Trounced? Let me see that. The defense attorney gave an almost childishly amateur performance yesterday. What the heck is this? It's a report, pal, about you. Listen to this. Mr. Wright must take full responsibility for the ruling in this case. Well, and don't tell me you don't remember anything about it. But I don't remember anything about it. When was that issue from anyway? December of last year, which I guess makes it last month. Which makes it old news, you mean? But I wasn't involved in a poisoning case in December. So what do you think this is all about, Nick? If it wasn't you, pal, then that leaves only one possibility. No way. You don't mean a phony, Nick? This must be Gumshoe's idea of a joke. Guess he's starting off the year with one. 2. There's a magazine clipping. So, what are you gonna do about it, pal? What do you mean, what am I gonna do about it? Well, it's your fault that the judge found the defendant guilty in this case. My fault? How do you figure that? Because the Phoenix Wright is super famous now. Well, maybe only sort of. Yeah, see what happens when you hotshots start getting too full of yourselves? But I didn't do anything wrong. At least, not that I can remember. You better make this right, pal. Now! And that means taking the case back to court. Got it? Sounds like we got our first case of the new year. Let's tackle it with gusto. I don't know. The judge already issued a guilty verdict once in this case. It's not going to be easy to get it overturned. I guess that New Year's resolution is going to have to wait until next year. So, you're taking the case, right? Good. I'm going to head over to the courthouse then. After that, I'll go back to the precinct. Drop by if you need something, okay, pal? I guess people are starting to know the name Phoenix Wright. If a client entrusted the case to me based on my reputation, I guess I am kind of responsible. But why would someone want to impersonate me? What sort of a guy would do that? Yeah, what the fuck? So what's the first move? I guess we go down to the detention center and talk. Wait a sec, Nick. This person behind bars because of you. Phoenix will eventually be known as the Turnabout Terror. Whoever isn't going to be jumping at the chance to meet you, right? Is it? Hey, let's get one thing straight. It wasn't me. It was a fake me that did this. I wonder if he looks exactly like you. You're phony. Sign off, I mean? I hope not. And what kind of name for an evil double is Zainov? Anyway, the fake lawyer. Ah, Nick, I got it. If you're going to ask whether I've got a twin brother, the answer is no. Spoil sport. Did you notice Gumshoe was acting weirder than usual? Or was it just me? Zainov is Phoenix backwards? What do you mean? I mean, he was really worked up. Like a guy who's just found out he's going to be a dad or something. Yeah, I guess he was acting kind of strange. Maybe he realized he's got strong feelings for you, Nick. Considering how we interact, I seriously doubt that, Maya. Well, if he wasn't nervous because of you, then maybe it's because of our new guilty client. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna have to move somewhere. Alright, so let's go to the detention center. This is so nerve-wracking. Wanting to meet our new client. I wonder just what kind of person you tricked and got found guilty. Keep it down, Maya. That kind of talk could ruin me. How could you, Mr. Wright? How could you do this to me? They put me in solitary. I haven't been able to stop crying. Aren't you? Yes, I am. I am totally and utterly let down. Are you? Don't pretend you don't know me. It's me, Maggie. Remember? Maggie Bird. Really? Maggie Bird. Okay. I almost didn't recognize her at first. Maggie Bird? Maggie Bird. She's the policewoman I defended that one time. She was accused of murdering her lover. He was a cop too. What are you going to do what are you doing in here? Didn't I get you acquitted? Oh, sure. Very funny. After that fifth-rate defense job, you come in here and start making jokes? You better hurry up and tell her what happened, Nick. Oh, I see. So that's where we stand right now. I'm sorry you've been caught up in another murder. My whole life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. I vaguely remember her saying the exact same thing last time. Hey, bish. But I don't mind. What's one more disaster in my life? At least now the real Mr. Wright is here with me. I won't let the world keep me down, sir. Alright. We are going to start by talking. So, how can you dress like that, Maggie? Last year you looked so sharp in that police uniform. I was fired after that incident last year. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay, I don't mind one bit. I enjoyed being on the force, but I think it was time for me to move on. So, what do you do now? In the second act of the life of Maggie Bird, I'm playing the role of a waitress. A waitress? Yes, in a French restaurant. It's a small place, but it's quite fashionable. My charming smile and shapely figure came through for me. And the owner, Mr. Armstrong, hired me straight away, sir. And then you got into this mess straight away, right? Yeah, you could put it that way. This whole mess started on the 3rd of last month, and it happened at Tribulations. Tribulations? Yes, it's a restaurant where good service and a friendly smile are always included. Oh. There were two men at the table, both drinking coffee. And then... one of the men slipped some poison into the victim's cup. The victim took just one sip and was gasping for air. I was so shocked, I passed out. Hey, hold on there, Maggie. What? You keep calling the guy the victim. Didn't you know the guy who was killed? Not at all. I never even seen the guy before. Oh. So she wouldn't have had motive to kill him then, I guess. And the other man, the killer, you saw him, right? Of course. A good waitress must be attentive to the clientele. So, you saw the killer, but you were found guilty of the crime anyway? How come? You tell me, Mr. Wright. Guess the answer to my question is my phony. Anyway, she saw the killer. Better see if I can get a description of the guy. So, if you saw the murderer, why were you still convicted? Because no one else saw. Saw what? The other man, the one who put the poison in the victim's coffee. Everyone testified that way. Mr. Armstrong, the customer, everyone. The victim was sitting all alone at his table the whole time. But how's that possible? I don't know. But nobody, not one person, would believe me, sir. Even Phoenix Wright, my one last hope for a fair trial, failed me. What a pathetic defense. My granny could have done a better job. Look, that wasn't me, okay? And then, they found something a bit incriminating in my apron pocket. What? A small bottle of poison. What? Poison? It was in your pocket? Well, I passed out when the victim collapsed. The killer must have slipped the poison into my pocket when I was unconscious. And no one else saw this other guy? No, sir. That's what everyone said. But I don't see how they could have missed him. The other guy. I was the one who took the coffee to the two men. Oh, and what was your impression of them? Well, when I first saw them, I kind of thought they might be in the music industry. In music? How come? Well, one of them had some sort of earpiece and an emo's musicians looked about him. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. An earpiece and a sample CD, huh? Did you get a look at the CD at all? It had a band's name written on it. I think it was MC something. They must have been preparing for the debut, I guess. So it was a band CD. Maybe a promo disc. Maybe it was MC Screwdriver. Get serious, Maya. Would you buy the CD of a group named that? What was that name of the group again? MC Hacksaw? No. MC... And what about the killer? What did he look like? Well, I don't really remember. Only that he was a young man, well built like the victim, really. Alright. Let's present this magazine clipping. Oh, yeah. I need to ask you about this. Hey, this article's about my case. Can you tell me anything about the guy who was pretending to be me? Yes, sir. It was the morning after I'd been arrested. I met you in the visitor's room here. You were wearing one of your super sharp suits. Me? Yes, you, Mr. Wright. Hey, Maggie. Was my evil double I am here, too? Wow, I am. No, I don't remember phoning you, Maya. Oh. It would have been so cool. Then you got really worked up and passionate. I'm gonna get you cleared this crime, you said. Okay, I got the picture. But you met me in person before. What about Larry? Basically, you're saying Pearl backwards. No. So how come you didn't realize that guy wasn't the real me? I guess, looking back now, it was a little strange. Only a little? Well, okay. So you were a bit taller than normal, and you looked a bit shady. And your voice was a bit weird. Oh, and you had this kind of funny accent, and so the guy was nothing like me then. But he had your spiky blue hair and blue suit. Is that all it takes for someone to imitate me? How about everyone else in the courtroom, like the judge and the observers? Didn't they realize he was an imposter? Everyone had these big question marks on their faces, but it seemed that no one wanted to say anything, sir. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Mr. Wright, do you think it's possible to get a retrial? Probably. The court ruled in the absence of a genuine defense attorney, so we should be able to get a retrial. Mr. Wright? Do you think we'll win the next time, sir? My life has been a full-course meal of bad luck, complete with defeat for dessert. Since I was 6 months old when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building. I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, got sick from all sorts of foods, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster. I even landed a phony lawyer when I had the misfortune of being accused of murder. But I will survive, because Maggie Bird always lives to fight another day. And one day I will find it. Just you wait and see, sir. I'll find that one. Single moment of good luck. Xenophobe is really going to pay for this. What are you staring at me like that for? But Maya's right. Whoever it is that thought it was a good idea to use my name and get an innocent girl convicted of murder had better watch out. We'll find them. Don't you worry. We'll get Xenophobe for you. Thank you. Oh, I'll tell you what Très Bien is then. Right, the restaurant where the murder took place. Yes, sir. When you go, please tell Mr. Armstrong I said hi. Sure, alright, Nick. Let's go check out this restaurant and its food. Okay. And that's exactly where we're gonna go. We're gonna go to Très Bien. Alright, we're at Très Bien now. Wow, look at this place. Look, more like smell. What is with the suffocating scent of flowers here? Then again, girls like that kind of thing, right? Actually, I'm not all that into it. No one's coming to see us. Maybe there's no one here. Don't be silly, Maya. This is a restaurant, and it's open for business. Hello? Anyone here? I don't believe it. There really isn't anyone here. Perfect. Let's get intrusive. If there's no one here, we can take anything we want. Yeah, I suppose we can. Alright, then let's take a look around. Let's examine. Something tells me to check the magazine rack. It's a rack full of fashion magazines, and they're all in French. Why don't you try wearing something a bit more chic sometime, huh, Maya? Yeah, guess I could. I'm always in my acolyte clothes, aren't I? It'd be fun to wear normal clothes every now and then. There's something stuffed in behind the rack. Looks like a sports paper to me. Hey, and look at this. Someone scribbled a little doodle on one of the pages. MC Bomber. MC Bomber. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. $100,000 maybe? I wonder what MC Bomber is supposed to be. This paper. It's from December 3rd. This paper's from the day of the poisoning. What? Yeah, we're definitely having that as evidence. A paper from the day of the murder. This has got to be a clue. I should see if I can find out some more about this paper. Okay, question. How would, like, a piece of newspaper, like a sports newspaper, be right behind the magazine rack for over a month? and nobody would notice. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to the detention center. We're gonna go present that to Maggie, so let's do that. The owner is a slob, I guess? Maybe. Oh, a sports paper. Let's see. Did Gustin Braun manage to defend his heavyweight title? Sorry, Maggie. That paper is actually a month old. It's from the day of the murder. And Gustin got knocked out yesterday, I'm afraid. Oh, no. I found this paper in the magazine rack at Tribune. Really? That's strange. Tribune doesn't get newspapers. Mr. Armstrong says he's not really fond of them. Then maybe one of the customers left it behind? Anyway, what I want you to take a look at is this scribble here. Aha! That's it, sir. MC Bomber. That was the name of this that was written on the CD. Just as I thought. I guess it wasn't MC Screwdriver after all, huh? So, that $100,000 must be a down payment for a record deal, right? If someone gave me $100,000, I'd sing for sure. The Master of Korean, or the Spirit Song, or even Maya's theme. Okay, Maya. So, if the sample CD was on the victim's table, that means this newspaper may have belonged to the victim. You're right. So the victim left this behind on the day of the murder, huh? I think we better step up the investigation. Don't you, Nick? Oh, boy. Alright, so we definitely have a lot more to do. Okay. So, we gotta move. We're gonna go back to Tribune. Alright, let's do that. Ooh la la! Bonjour! Welcome to La Tribune. Oh, hello? What happened to Maya? She's frozen stiff. Holy shit! Yo! Yo, he actually looks awesome. Holy shit. Bienvenue. Bienvenue. Welcome to my petit restaurante. Huh? B Avenue? Oh. Not my petit chaloupe? Huh? Me? Pierre Escargot? Yeah. Look at his face. Look at his face like a kitchen rejected by his own mother. You're fatigued, non? Alors, you need these. An aromatic baffle melange of neroli and like wells. My personal recommendation. I can't do a French accent for the life of me. I cannot. You think I need what? Oui. Just add a couple of drops of this mixture to our bath water and voila! It will soothe your body and your mind. It will simply fantastic. You're speaking the language of the gods. Really? And for la monsieur. Who? Me? Look at his face, like a puppy rejected by life itself. You're fatigued, non? For you, monsieur, I recommend this. Oil of bergamot, and maybe an inch of oui. I will add a la peppermint and la curry sage for a fragrance exceptionnel. Such an invigorating recipe will bring out your delicious beauty, monsieur. My beauty? Alors, if you will be seated, I will bring you la special menu of the day. Actually, we're not here to eat. We're lawyers. Mas bien sûr, I know this already, monsieur. You're la Phoenix Wright, non? Yes. You know me? Mas, oui. I never get a man who flirts with me, especially in court. I guess he was cross-examined by our mysterious sign-off. It looks like everyone to do with this case knows who I am already. I wonder what sort of impression Zainov has been leaving on people, don't you? Allow me to introduce myself to you again. I am John Armstrong, Enchante. Okay. So, Mr. Armstrong. So what does Tribune mean? I know Trey, that means 3, right? Non, non, non. Très bien is Frances. And yeah, I heard like a big bang right now. Wow. In English, you would say very good. Oh, very good. Oui. Exactement. La atmosphere is très bien and la cuisine is très bien. If the food's so good, why aren't there any customers in here? My cuisine is not for all. Some people they do not appreciate la cuisine. I thought everyone liked hot cuisine. Since I have lost Maggie, I do not have enough hands. So you're running this place on your own now? Oui, for that moment. No one has answered my poor advertisement. Oh, pour moi. Please don't eyeball me while you say that. I am la chef. I am la manager. I am le champion. I want a little bit of the bubbly. For anyone that gets the reference, bonus points. I am also a trained aromatherapist. What? A practitioner the aromatherapy. La art of suiting la soul weeds the delicate floral aromas. Delicate? The smell coming from that bottle earlier was anything but. So, could you tell me what you know about the incident? Bien. It makes me sad to remember it, yet I remember it so well. More than a month has passed since it happened. Yeah, I guess it's been about a month since Maggie's sentencing. Excuse me. So, it was the 3rd of last month, just after 1 in the afternoon. A man who was in here for a coffee suddenly became ill. Because of the poison in his coffee? That is the truth as I know it. It was Maggie who took his drink to him. I was in the kitchen. I heard the sound of someone collapsing. When I came out to see what it was, I was already slumped in his chair. He is dead? Mon Dieu! Oui! He was dead. Maggie had passed out also. And this man who died, was he alone? Oui, monsieur. All alone. I know at Maggie said there was someone else, but I see. The police, they asked me many times. Are you sure there was no one else at the table, they asked? But I'm not the only one. My old man said the same thing. Oh man? What old man? So who is this old man that you mentioned? At the time of the murder, there was another customer in here. What? Someone else saw it? Mazui, as usual, he came along as a day. At the time of that murder, it was here. He saw it too. But said the same thing, that there was no one else at la victim's table. But Maggie swears that there were 2 people. Mademoiselle, la lawyer, could not prove he is known? About the lawyer, that was me, I suppose? Mas bien, sir. Wow, he's the first person who said it wasn't me. Don't kid yourself, Nick. Now, who's the one making stuff up? Alright. Let me see what I do next. Alright, so I think I'm gonna present something. Oh. Oops. I didn't mean that. Alright. Profiles. We're gonna go to Maggie Bird and present. Maggie was a policewoman once, n'est-ce pas? Yes, but she had to quit for reasons beyond her control. Oui, she was a suspect in the murder investigation, non? Ooh, you know about that? That is why I gave her la perfume for la happiness. Happiness perfume? Oui, blended from bergamot like I given you before. But she's been arrested again, and found guilty this time. This is true, a natural aroma of unhappiness must have been very strong. Just admit it, your perfume doesn't work. I am not surprised she was a prime suspect. After something that took place before my very eyes. Something like what? What is this guy talking about? Does this mean Maggie did have a motive? We gotta ask this guy for more info. Stat. When Maggie took the coffee over to the victim, did anything happen? Ooh, I suppose you could say so. So what happened? None. It was nothing. Look, Maggie said she didn't even know the guy, but she's still been indicted for murder. The prosecution must have come up with some kind of motive. It is true. If there was anything at all between Maggie and the victim, it could have been relevant. So please, tell us anything you know. Uh-oh, here we go again. Cyclops? No way, what are we going to do, Nick? We'll just have to remove... What the? But what's wrong? The Magatama. It's gone. Huh? I had it in my pocket, but it's vanished into thin air. What? But I could see the Cyclops. Maybe that means the Magatama is nearby. Mr. Armstrong, could I just confirm something with you again? The table where the victim was sitting. Was anyone else sitting there? That is a question you will have to ask him yourselves. Huh? The old man spends all his time in La Park. La Park? Oh, a park. What park is that? Behind the restaurant. It is called Vitamin Square. Oh, I missed you being introduced to Armstrong while I was helping a friend trade evolve. I see. And the Magatama is stolen, or like it's misplaced. I think it might have been stolen. There might have been like a random pickpocketer that, I don't know. I'm just speculating at this point. It's gone though. Vitamin Square. Thank you. Je vous play, my dear. Let's go check out this Vitamin Square right now, Nick. Alright, well, I have to come back later, but we don't have the Magatama. We can't really do anything at the moment. Like, it's not here. Okay. We gotta move. Vitamin Square. So this is Vitamin Square. Yeah, I see where they get the name from now. The fruits scream vitamins at you. Hey, Nick. That's the guy, right? Isn't it the old man Mr. Armstrong was talking about? That grouchy-looking grandpa? He's throwing seeds out for the pigeons. Maya, he's not throwing seeds for them. He's throwing seeds at them. My grumpiness threat level has just been raised to red. Excuse me. Would you mind if I had a word with you? Yes. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. What's the matter with you? Can't you see I'm busy? So you don't like my seeds, pigeons? He's really chucking those seeds at them. That's gotta hurt. Go on. Eat this. Excuse me, sir. Can I ask you about Maggie Bird? I don't know any Maggie Bird. Yes, you do. Maggie, the waitress at Tribulations. Gah, it's a disgrace, I tell you. Another disgrace. A disgrace? An innocent young girl revealing herself like that? Revealing? You mean her uniform? The youth of today, they don't have any shame. No shame, I tell you. Not 1 ounce. Whatever happened to the old Bushido values of Japan, like honor and modesty? What about me? I'm not wearing anything revealing. You? Your problem is you lack any sense of grace. Talk about hitting a girl where it hurts. Do you go to Tribulations a lot? That missile excuse for a restaurant? That garbage they serve in there is not food. Where's the sushi, the tempura, the rice? Tribulations is a French restaurant, sir. Where do you think we are, boy? In Paris? I want real food, not those snooty snacks. And what about those shameless girls? You mean the waitresses? You can see all the way up to yes, they're waitresses. They're practically naked. It's a disgrace, isn't it? Well, isn't it? Listen, it's not my restaurant. God, it's a miserable excuse for a restaurant. That place miserable. He certainly knows the place. He must be a regular. But if he hates it so much, why does he keep going? Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just, if you dislike it so much, why do you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Ha ha, take that. He must be hiding something, right? If he is, I should be able to see a psych log or two. Oh, wait. I don't exactly have the Magatama right now. Remember, Nick, that Magatama is only on loan. You better find it or else. If Pearls ever gets wind of this, I'm going to be in a world of pain. Let's examine. There's that magazine right there that says job listings. Ooh, there's a magazine here. It's a magazine full of job listings. You disgusting rogue, picking up something someone else threw away. Threw away? Did you throw this away? Are you looking for a job? Gah, that's none of your business. Sorry, I guess I'll take the magazine with me then. I don't want anyone else having it. Give it back. Too bad. Now that you want it so bad, I don't want to give it up. Now it's added to the court record. Hey, that's mine! Alright. So now that I did that, we're gonna go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Let's move. Well, we gotta go to Tribulations, and then the Detention Square, then to the Criminal Affairs Department. So that's where we gotta go. Because that's the one place we haven't been to yet. It's been ages since we came down to the precinct, huh, Nick? Looks like Gumshoe isn't around. Nah, I bet he's gonna just randomly pop up. He's like, hey, pal, what are you doing here, pal? He's got it so easy, leaving everyone else to do the work. No, he's out there somewhere. My bet is on the courthouse. He's probably trying to arrange the retrial of this case. Guess that means that we should go to the detention center and chat with our killer, huh? After being convicted without a fair trial, I'm not sure killer is the right label. Okay. I think we'll have to come back here in a little bit, because Gumshoe's not here. I was thinking he would be, but I guess not. Let's go back to Tribulations. We'll come back here afterwards. Let's go and present this magazine to Armstrong. Mademoiselle. Yes? Are you looking for a job? What? No. I was just... Let me see. Your style is pretty different, but you have a good face. Different. Felicitations, you passed. I will hire you. Bien, come with me. I will teach you everything I know. Nick, help! I don't know whether to laugh or feel bad for Maya. Maybe I should do both. Okay. I guess we'll try it again. And if he's not there, then I'll have to think of where to go. Oh, I didn't need to come here though. Looks like they have Maggie in questioning. I guess I asked her pretty much everything. I'll come back if there's anything else I need to ask her later. Well, actually, I did need to come here in order to go through, but yeah, she's not there anymore. Let's go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Maybe Gumshoe might be there. Well, pal, have you found the evidence yet? The one that's gonna find her innocence? No, not yet. We only just started our investigation. Well, whatever you need to know, I'll give you the dirt on it. I'm putting off all my other cases for now, pal. Gumshoe's really fired up about this. Oh yeah, one more thing. The retrial's been approved. Court's sitting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And Godot's gonna be the prosecutor. Oh? Him? Oh, him with his coffee. Again. Now listen up, pal. If Maggie's found guilty again, yes? I'll make sure you get locked up for good for it. Got it? Alright, then let's talk. So the guilty party was Maggie Bird, huh? Yes. Back when she was on the police force. You were her mentor when she was a rookie, right? Yeah, I kept a close eye on her. I mean, not too close, you know. Hey, what's with the funny looks, pal? I was just her. It wasn't anything like... Look, sure, I was her boss when she was doing her training. But that was it. Nothing happened. Gumshoe sure is sweating up a storm over nothing. Ah, so that's it. Our big old Gumshoe has a little old crush on Maggie. I don't like her or anything. I was... Note to self, gossip with Maya about this later. Look, pal, don't tell anyone, okay? You gotta keep it a secret, got it? Sure. Would you mind not guessing what I'm thinking all the time? Hey, tell your face, pal, not me. You have to be blind not to see what's on your mind. So I was wondering, could you fill me in on the victim? Phoenix gossips? That would actually be nice. Phoenix Wright, ace gossiper. Glenn Egg. He was a computer programmer. I see. A programmer. He was just a regular Joe working for a small-time computer firm. Maggie never had any contact with the guy before that day. And all she did was take him his coffee on the day of the murder, pal. Yeah, Maggie also claimed to have never seen the guy before. Did the victim go to the restaurant often? Not according to the chef. Said it was his first time he's seen the guy. A programmer, and a first-time customer at that? What possible reason could Maggie have had to kill a guy like that? That's what I thought. But the motive was still somehow established in her trial. You're kidding. What was her supposed motive? Sorry, pal. I'm real busy. I haven't even got enough time to sift through these papers. Look into it yourself, okay? What could this motive have been? Let's talk about the investigation. This isn't really a proper investigation. I'm kind of working on it by myself. Oh, that's right. Judge already ruled in the case, and all the evidence is in already. The only problem is with Maggie's testimony. Yeah? Doesn't sound very good for us, huh? Look, pal, I've got a mountain of papers on this case to look over before tomorrow. So I'm just gonna say this. Maggie Bird's no liar. She's... Okay, so she's a bit out there and a bit off base sometimes, but she was a good cop. That's not exactly complimentary, you know. So what do you think really happened? And just how contradictory is her testimony? Let's talk about the contradictions. The biggest problem with Maggie's testimony is the number of people at the table. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Maggie still insists there was another guy sitting with the victim. Right, but get this. Everyone else in the place says the guy was alone, even the chef. And then there's that CD. CD? Oh, yeah, she did mention something about a CD. And there was a sample CD on the table, sir. But our guys turned that place upside down. There was no CD. What? Not on the table? Not anywhere in the whole restaurant, pal. But didn't Maggie say the victim was wearing an earpiece too? Yeah, but that was for the portable radio in front of the pocket of his hoodie. A radio? He didn't have a CD player? You got it. Your phony never explained that contradiction at all. Come to think of it, the owner of Tribulations didn't mention that CD either. I don't know why, but I get the feeling Mr. Armstrong's got something to hide. Alright. We should examine a little bit if we can't. Actually, no, we're not going to examine. Instead, we're going to present some stuff. We're going to start off with the sports paper, and then we're going to do the job listings. Or, no, maybe, no, not the job listings. Just the sports paper. There is something else afterwards, but we'll get to it when we get to it. What's that? A sports paper? Yeah. I found it in the magazine rack at Tribulations. It's dated the same day as the murder. You may be onto something here. And take a look at this. See this writing here? MC Bomber. Hey, what is it? I've heard that name somewhere before. Yeah, MC Bomber. Wow, he actually seems to be thinking for once. It's no good. I can't remember. And then he goes back. And then he goes back to being the gumshoe we all know and love. Hey, pal, I'm gonna borrow this paper for a bit, okay? I want to get a handwriting analysis done on this scribble. Handwriting, huh? It'll be good to know more about that in any case. Thanks, pal. I bet this will turn out to be an interesting clue. And Detective Gumshoe takes the sports paper. Now the other thing we're going to present, we're going to go to profiles, and we're going to present Mr. Armstrong, John Armstrong. The chef of Tribulations, huh? You know what the chef said to me? Oh la la, your body's full of toxins. And then he gave me this bottle. What's in it? I don't know. The label says juniper. I'm under orders to put a few drops of it in my bath every day. Under orders? Yeah. You know there's something about that lady, guy? Huh? You can't stop thinking about him? Not like that, pal. Give me a break. He's not my type. I can't stop thinking that he's involved with this case somehow. Sounds like he knows a little something more about our charming chef. So let's go and talk about that charming chef. So what exactly is that what is it that caught your attention about Chef at Tribulations? It's kind of hard to say. The guy's probably not even connected with the case anyway. Hey, come on, detective. Didn't you say you'd give me the dirt on anything? Well, this sort of stuff is kinda unimportant. Got to be stuff, you know, pal. Look, how about this? You go to Tribulations and investigate at the place yourself. And if you find anything suspicious about the guy, you report it back to me, okay? Don't suppose I get a choice in this, huh? Guess I better find out more about the chef in Tribulations than report back to Gumshoe. Then let's go and move all the way back to Tribulations. She's still not there, so we're going back to Tribulations. The scent of flowers sure is strong. It's almost making me dizzy. Who's this? Oh, hello. Who was that just now? Customer? She had some sort of a dark aura about her. Ah, welcome, B Avenue. Wow, what a cute voice. Oh, it's just you, Nick. Mamiya. Well, how do I look? Maybe you should quit being a spirit medium. Maybe, but it's kind of boring being a waitress. You're my first ever customer. Then who was that woman I just saw? Oh. Since you're here, you might as well have something to eat. I am kind of hungry, actually. So, how do you like your new job, Maya? I never knew there was so much for a waitress to do. Take people's orders, bring them food, make coffee, work the cash register. Of course, we need a customer before I can do any of that. Yeah, it's a nice looking restaurant. It's a shame more people don't come. Don't forget about the ultra cute waitress. Check out my gimme a tip smile. Alright. Hey Nick, why don't you order something? The chef's preparing a tasty lunch set at the moment. Or so he says. How much is it? It's the twin tea set, so it's $20, of course. The twin tea set, I believe I'll be taking a pass on that. It's kind of expensive. What? But you can't. Come on, Nick. It's not every day I get to be a waitress. I want to try to carrying plates and working the cash register. How about cleaning the toilets? That should keep you busy. Yeah, right. Maybe later. About the lunch. Oh, a fine choice, sir. No, Kitchen! A lunch special, please. With all the extras. Drink, side salad, dessert, and gift. I don't need any of that. Just a moment, please, sir. Maya's really getting into this. So how much is this lunch special then? $20 then, huh? But with the drink, side, salad, and dessert, it's $45? Hey, wait a second, Maya. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Here you are, our deluxe fortified lunch set. Whoa! A dish inspired by lobster and abalone fricassee with a balsamic finger in it. Bon appetit! Thanks? Come on, Nick. Hurry up and try it already. Lobster, huh? Alright, down the hatch it goes. Oop. Well, are you hungry, Maya? I'm starving. Here, it's yours. Really? Remember, Maya, my wallet doesn't print money, so you better polish off that plate. I just remembered. I gotta clean the toilets. Hey. You can't be in that much of a hurry to clean toilets. How does that guy manage to make good food taste so bad? Hey, Nick, you want to take a peek at the kitchen? The kitchen, huh? Not a bad idea. Now, what was it that Maggie said again? In the kitchen, you'll get to see all the chef's greatest secrets. In the kitchen. That sounds tasty. Hey, wait up, Maya. What is it? I'm pretty busy right now. When you going to show me around? Tis, there goes my plan to find some cool clue and show it off in your face. I'd better conduct the search in the kitchen myself. So let's go to the kitchen. And here it is, the famous Tree Bean Kitchen. It's my first time in here too, actually. There is a weird atmosphere in here, that's for sure. Mr. Armstrong will be back soon, so we better search quickly. Chop chop. Okay, we gotta check some things around. Wait. Now I'm in French. Now I'm in a French restaurant. I've never heard of most of these seasonings. Hey Nick, this container has oyster sauce. What's that? Isn't that used in Chinese food? Ah, look, right there on the counter. My Makatama. What's it doing there? What indeed? There we go. Alright, let's check this out over here. There's all these bottles over here. What's this? It looks like a treasure chest or something. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. They're all the same too. Hey, wait a minute. What is it? There's one bottle that's different from all the others. One of these things? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. So what's that liquid inside then? I wonder. Hey Nick, we should borrow this. I mean, look at how many bottles he's got. He won't miss one, will he? Small bottle added to the court record. Alright, I think we're done with the kitchen for now, so let's move. Back to Tribulations. We're gonna move. We're gonna go to the detention center. And Maggie is still not there. She's probably taking for some more questioning or something. I don't know what's going on. Because there's gonna be a retrial. We're gonna go to the criminal affairs department. We gotta go and talk to Gumshoe. Hey, you're just in time. What is it, Detective Gumshoe? The lab got back to me about the newspaper you gave me. He must mean the sports paper with the memo scribbled in on it. So, what did they say? Did the analysis turn up anything? They said the doodle was written by the victim, Glenn Elg. No doubt about it. I expected as much. The victim took the paper with him to the restaurant on the day of the murder. That's our best interpretation of the facts at the moment. And now I got the paper back. MC Bomber. I get the feeling I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well, I guess it'll come back to me. Don't forget to report back to me whatever you find in the restaurant. Okay, pal? Since when did I start taking orders from Gumshoe? Although, I get the feeling there's something I need to show him. If I show him this lunch special, he's probably going to say I'm not hungry and I'm not going to eat this. So let's show him the small bottle. You got one of those aroma bottles too, huh? Only this one doesn't smell. Huh? I don't get you. This was mixed in with all the other aromatherapy bottles, but it's not the same. It doesn't even look the same. Wouldn't you agree? A cologne bottle that doesn't smell, huh? Smells like a skunk to me, pal. Mind letting me borrow that bottle for a while? I want to send it to the lab for analysis. The victim was poisoned, so the contents of this bottle are pretty important. And let's do that. I had a hunch there was something funny about that, chef. You suspect John Armstrong? I've got that guy's number. I know what his secret is. That must be the same secret Gumshoe was talking about before. I guess I better fill you in on the details. About this Armstrong guy's secret, I mean. Alright, then let's talk. So, what's Mr. Armstrong's secret? You ever had lunch at Tribulations, pal? Yes. So how was it? To put it nicely, it was inedible. Hey, don't worry about being nice around me, pal. You and I both know the reason that place is so empty is because of the food. I mean, the place is clean. He's got a girl like Maggie as a waitress, so... yeah, I guess it's probably the food. The real scoop on the guy is he's up to his ears in debt. Really? How much does he owe? This is a copy of his loan contract. He's about $500,000 in the red. $500,000? Are we talking dollars? Yeah. Hey, if it was sterling, he'd really be in trouble. Sorry, that figure just took me by surprise. Yeah, this case is full of surprises. And I'd be willing to bet that Chef's got something to do with most of them. That's my hunch. And we got the contract. Okay. Gonna go back to the Tetris Center. Alright. We're gonna go to Tribulations. We're gonna move. We're gonna go back to Vitamin Square. Let's do that. The old guy's not here anymore. Drats. And I still have some unanswered questions for him. But there's a scooter here, so let's go examine that. A scooter, huh? Who'll leave it right in the middle of the park like this? The wheel guard and the light are busted. I guess it must have been an accident. It's totally wrecked. Hey, what you think you's doing with my bike? No, I was just, you've been messing with my new ride. Is that what you've been doing? New ride? Isn't that kind of, you's gonna pay for these. It wasn't me. I was just passing by. Hey, then who's the one that covered my saddle in crap, huh? Wait, I'm looking at this guy with the hairstyle. We'll figure him out a little bit. Gwar, you's gonna pay, you catch my drift? No, wait a sec. I'm not a pigeon, so I couldn't have done it. A wise guy, eh? I had to beat you so hard it'll feel like yous were smooching that express train. Uh-oh. Yous better watch your back, this ain't over. I'm gonna round up a group of lawyers and then's you gonna pay. Actually, I am a lawyer myself. What did you say? I am Phoenix Wright, attorney at law. Phoenix Wright? You saying you, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I am. So you a wise guy too, huh? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. What? Out of my way, I got a cruise. He's gone. Surely that guy wasn't my phony, was he? He wasn't anything like me. Guess I better make a note of the scooter. Gah, pathetic. Oh, it's you. A few threats from a little brat like that. And you look like a pigeon that's got seeds in his eyes. Have you been here the whole time then? I wasn't that strawberry. I had some thinking to do. More like you had some cowering to do. Alright, let's talk about this one over here. Are you a regular at that restaurant, sir? It's just that if you dislike it so much, why would you keep going there? Sir? There you are, you filthy pigeons. You want food? Haha, take that. What? You too? I knew it. This old guy has got something to hide. But what could it be? Well, if you got something to hide, we got the Magatama back. That means we're gonna use it. We're gonna psych lock him. Trey bien regular. It's time you told me the truth. Why are you a regular at a restaurant that you dislike so much? Pimple? No, more like boil. Isn't it obvious? People only have one reason to go to restaurants. To eat. To eat? Is that the whole truth? But what do you mean? I don't think you go to that restaurant for the food at all. You insolent brat! How dare you accuse me? What proof have you got? I can tell that not you nor anyone else in the world would go to that place for its food. The proof is in the pudding. Or in this case, the lunch menu. That's a twin tea set. The food at Tribulations is terrible and expensive. You're wrong. It's cheap. Huh? I'm rich. I inherited money when I was a boy. Yes, I'm stinking rich. I haven't done a jot of work since I was born, other than feeding the pigeons. What a load of crock. The taste's another story, but the price, it's nothing to me. So you're saying that you go there because you got money to burn? Exactly. I have so much cash I go for a swim in my money vault every day. Unfortunately, that's a lie. What? You don't have the money to burn. You're flat broke. And I have something to prove it. This job listings. That was yours. You're looking for work. You are broke. So, let's go. Take that. This is yours, right? My magazine. Why would a rich retiree be looking for a job? I was, so what? Okay, that's one lock. So I was looking for a job. I'm buying a lot at the moment. I need spending money. Oh? I don't go to that restaurant for food. I just go for the Jabbercino. Yeah, I think you mean a cappuccino. Anyway, how much does a cappuccino cost there? $8. Those had better be some golden beans. What's your problem? You think a poor man would be better off drinking dishwater, do you? Is that it? No. I wasn't thinking that. I was wondering if the coffee there is really that great. No, it's not. But anyway, yes. That place has free newspapers to read every day. Newspapers? Exactly. They don't want me hanging around at home, so I go there. I'm sorry, sir. But there are no free papers to read at Tribulations. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I pressed B button by mistake. Damn it. That was an accident. Alright, so I know where we go. We're gonna skip all dialogue up to that point. I know where we're going now. Alright, so lunch special. That's the first thing. Alright, and the second thing, job listings. Okay, so what's the next thing? Sports paper is going to be the next thing. Take a look at this. What is it? It's a newspaper I found behind the magazine rack at Tribulations. So, what of it? This was the only paper there, and it's dated more than 1 month ago. Well, what? Do you see what I'm getting at here? The restaurant doesn't get newspapers. This is just one that a customer happens to leave behind. Okay, that's another one that unlocked. Tell me, why are you so determined to hide the truth? I'm not hiding anything. I'm going to have to put this guy out of his misery. Listen, the real reason why you go so much to Tribulations is... The real reason? Let's go to profiles. Her. Well, what are you asking about that girl for? She was the waitress at Tribulations. Therefore, the answer to the mystery of why an old man would drink expensive coffee at a terrible restaurant is the waitress. I don't recognize that face. And you are probably telling the truth here, because you weren't looking at the girl's face, but at her outfit. Gulp. That's the truth, isn't it? You became a regular at the restaurant because of the waitress's uniform. That uniform is all you can think about, isn't it? What a pervert. I can't take it. To you, that waitress was your... Enough. Please. No more. Stop saying that word. Stop saying waitress. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, let's talk about the Tribulations regular. Sir? Yes, it's true. I was there for the young girl. Fine, so I'm a dirty, wicked, sinful old devil. No, I didn't mean it like that. I even got one of those lousy cups of Javasino every time for $8. All because of the serving girl. Punish me, lock me up. Really? That's not what I'm here for. You'll be the same. Another 20 years and you'll understand what it's like. You'll know how painful it is to be an old man like me. No, really. Listen, sir. Stop calling me that. I have a name, you know, boy. So show me some respect. I'm Victor Kudo. Sorry, Mr. Kudo. You young ones think you all know it all, don't you? Well, I'm not saying another word. I won't tell you anything more. This guy was in the restaurant at the time of the incident, which means I have to hear his testimony, one way or another. I don't believe this. I even broke his psych locks and everything. I guess I'll have to try to get him when he's in a better mood. I hope not either. So we're gonna move back to Tribulations. Alright, let's go to profiles. Oh, it's that old man. Is he still feeding the pigeons? Yeah, he fed me as well. I got a bunch of those seeds in my eyes. Ooh, ouch. Hey, Maya, would you mind coming with me for a while? Huh? Me? Why? There's something I really want to ask that old man. Sure, okay. I'll just get changed. No, hang on. Can you go like that? I guess? And now here we are, back in Vitamin Square. Sir. You again? Well, I see. Nick, his eyes are burning to me. It's okay, I think it's going pretty well. Huh? You're still just a little child. Run along and play on the slide, alright? Play on the slide? We were so close. Just a little more he would have spelled. Pigeon, How can we crack this guy? Excuse me, please, sir. Quiet. Can you see I'm feeding the pit? Mia! Well, if you don't mind, sir, I'd really love to talk with you. Yes. Of course. Certainly. I'm Victor Kudo. Even from beyond the grave. Wow. He is swooning right now for Mia. About the incident. You mean the man who died after drinking the Javasino? It's like he's a different person. It was quite a shock, even for me. He was a strange-looking boy. The girl took the Javasino over to him, you see. And was the customer alone? Definitely. He was the only person at the table. Then he took one sip of his Javasino and he said something like, "Urgh," and then collapsed. Dead. Oh, how terrifying. You're so good at listening, aren't you? I'll tell you anything, whatever you want to know. He certainly seems to be telling the truth now. But it looks like Mr. Kudo didn't see this other man either. Do you like the food at Tribulations? Well, of course. I'm really quite sophisticated man. I was a young businessman once, you know. I set up a casino in London. Really? How interesting. Eating the food at the restaurant really takes me back to my days in France. What a lovely story. London's in England, not France. Oh, yes, France is wonderful. I'd love to show you around the city sometime. It is too much. I can't take it. I want France. I can't believe Mia's laughing at the guy. You visit Tribulations a lot, don't you? Of course. I mean, yes. I like to come and see you there. Really? Oh, you flatter me so. The owner would be delighted to welcome you, I'm sure. Be careful of that chief, my dear. The chief? The chef? You mean Mr. Armstrong? That's right. The man's an ex-con. He's an ex-con? Whatever did Mr. Armstrong do? Oh, no. Those eyes. I can't take this. Mia's really got this guy eating out of her hand. He steals things from his customers. From his customers? That explains why I actually had the Magatama stolen. Gloves, handkerchiefs, little things mainly. He's a pilfer, so you do be careful around him, my dear. Are you sure about this? Of course. He was arrested for it once. I was there when it happened, having my Javasino. He really is a regular. Let me write you a little haiku about it. A haiku? A Japanese poem. It'll explain all you need to know about the chef. And we got the haiku, the victor's note. If he takes anything again, you let me know. If it's not too expensive, I'll buy you a replacement. Poor guy. He couldn't do enough for Mia. Okay, Phoenix. That's about as much as I can do to help. Thanks, Mia. We got some really important information thanks to you. Honestly, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this. It won't tell me, so we gotta move. Back to Tribulations. I guess it's about time to wrap up today's investigation. Had enough of being a waitress? Convicted before a wicked man or woman, repeated offender. Victor Kudo. Okay. Yeah, plus no one came to the restaurant. Ooh la la, Mademoiselle Maya. None. Oh, can you leave me like this? I am sorry. That reminds me. Mr. Armstrong had a psych lock or 3, didn't he? I'm going to have to break those. Mr. Armstrong? I hope you won't mind, but I'd like to have another word with you. Volunteers, of course. This time we're gonna break those locks. Because we couldn't before, because I didn't have the Magatama. It was actually stolen, but I got it back since it was in the kitchen. Let's go. Maggie's motive. What is happening? I do not like these horrible feelings. I have to know the truth. What happened that day? Allures, I will confess everything. Just don't hurt me. Huh? Well, that was a new world record. It was a lottery ticket. A lottery ticket? The man who died in their lottery ticket. Had a lottery ticket. For $500,000. $500,000? Oui, but after a lot of incident, these ticket, it disappeared. The ticket disappeared. Seems like motive that prosecution gave from Maggie. Says she poisoned it to the man to get the $500,000 lottery ticket. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Mas, alors, you've been trying to hide this information about the lottery ticket from me, and I want to know the reason why. No, monsieur, you doubt me? But I confess to you everything I know. Mr. Armstrong, the $500,000 lottery ticket, I think I know who took it. I think the winning ticket was stolen by this person. So we're gonna go and present the... We're gonna go to... this. It was stolen by you. Mr. Armstrong, I believe there's a very high probability that it was you. Ah, okay, that's one. Wow. That's one piercing scream, even for a man like him. Mais pourquoi moi? Why? You have no evidence. I am not Master Mask. I am not the kind of person who steals the property of others. Oh my god, a Master Mask reference. Sorry to disappoint you, Mr. Armstrong, but I have evidence to the contrary. I present to you proof that you have stolen from others in the past. And what type of proof is it? Okay. This. What is this? A poem? Oh, monsieur, you know me so well. I adore poems. Please read it, and put some feeling into it. Convicted before, a wicked man or woman, repeat offender. I'm sorry to have to bring it up, Mr. Armstrong, but you have been arrested for stealing from your customers before, haven't you? Mon Dieu! You is a liar. You deny it? Do not make false accusations, s'il vous plaît. S'il vous plaît. So, do you have any proof? I want to see incontestable proof that I have ever stolen from one of my customers. Okay. You stole this from me. It seems this old habits die hard, Mr. Armstrong. Well, what is that? This is my Magatama. And I found it in your kitchen. No! Wow, that screen just about broke some windows. Oui. I have a weakness for little trinkets and figurines. My hand just slips out. I cannot stop it. You stolen handkerchiefs, gloves, and other things from your customers, right? Oui, it is la truth. I am just a teeny little girl inside, monsieur. A teeny little girl. Besides, seize time, it was not like a small trinket, oui? It was $500,000. Miles, no, why would I steal it? I have no need for such money. Really now? Oh, monsieur, what is it? Is it true that you're in some pretty serious trouble and that you are in desperate need of a large amount of cash? This restaurant is deep in the red, isn't it? Ah, you have a loan to the tune of $500,000. That lottery ticket would have wiped out your debts. Ugh. Well, Mr. Armstrong, what do you have to say for yourself now? Unlock successful. Nice. Mr. Armstrong, you said that it was the victim had a winning lottery ticket for $500,000. How did you know he had something like that in the first place? See, man, it was listening to the radio with earpiece. Maggie said something about that too. The winning number was announced on the news, I think. All of a sudden, he exploded. Yes, $500,000, he shouted. And the ticket. It had all these tickets spread out on the table. I was so desperately in need of money, so I put the poison in his coffee. No. Oh, you naughty man. I simply helped myself to one of his tickets. What? The victim collapsed and Maggie passed out. I thought to myself, pork rib boss? He had so many of them. Yeah, but only one of them was a winning ticket, right? How could you do that, Mr. Armstrong? Maggie was arrested because of you. None. says that's not true? I did not take it. I did not do it. It's bullshit. I did not take it. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. I mean, but you just told us you did. You said it, you took a ticket. Mas non, mi file. It was not. That's enough. Huh? Mr. Godo, what in the heck are you doing here? This is without a doubt the worst coffee I have ever tasted, Mr. Armstrong. He came in here for coffee. Does his craving for coffee know no bounds? I do love that movie. I love that movie for how ridiculous and over the top it is, Shad. Perhaps Mr. Armstrong stole one of the victim's tickets on the day in question. I am the airhead, none, just a pretty little girl who everyone is laughing at. But in that case, Maggie shouldn't be the only one under suspicion. You first saw her a couple months ago? Nice. You had the wrong ticket. I heard about it back when I used to watch Nostalgia Critic, and then after that I saw it, and I've seen it a few times, and I'm willing to see it again. I actually want to do like a watch party of it at some point. You had the wrong ticket. What? Mr. Armstrong made off with the winning ticket's petty neighbor. So the ticket he took was worthless. Not quite. He did win something. $1. You see, I am just a pretty face. Without my looks, I had nothing. So, what happened to the winning ticket then? The one he meant to steal? Indeed, what did happen to it? I don't like spoiling myself by watching trailers, so we'll just wait and see how the motive turns out tomorrow. Won't we? Oh boy. Yeah. I heard about it often, but I didn't have the chance until someone in Fangirl's community streamed it one night. Ah, okay. Voila, you too. Time to laugh at that pretty little airhead. Looks like I won't be needing this note anymore. Looks like we got a new mystery now. Namely, where did the winning ticket go? I got a bad feeling about this. Well, anyway, we can't let Maggie suffer any longer for this. Alright. Let's save. Now for the trial. So it looks like it's a one day trial over here. So let's do that. Well, actually, well, not 1 day trial, but like a part trial. Because there have been times where they split it, but here they're not. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie. Ack. The detective Gunchu. Are you doing alright? How you feeling? As if you need to ask you the question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you? Yes? You better square this case away. Got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. Squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. I think he's serious. Hey, detective. You're on our side for once, right? Yep. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really? Can you, sir? Oh, of course. I got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You get me? I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. Time for the trial. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ah, bitter. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? Ah. Well, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was, "You was talking to me?" It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? Our trusty? So, Mr. Godo, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we will find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you, I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial, nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said. Trust me. Now then, Mr. Godo, please summon your first witness. And of course, Detective Gumshoe is the first witness. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation? Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. You got it all mixed up, pal. Other way around, Detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah, the guy who was on the initial investigation is tied up with another case now. I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control, for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Egg. He was a professional programmer. He was on the payroll of the Blue Screens Inc., a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. Court accepts this into the evidence. And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused. Yes. The victim died from a poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were two other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. It still seems to be very straightforward case to me. Got the floor plans. Come, detective, take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own two hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elg, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Mrs. Bird might have had, well, some kind of motive. Well, we gotta figure things out right now. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seems to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but, yes, please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? I already told you, that wasn't me. Cross-examination, the incident. When the incident took place, the victim was alone at his table, sir. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Ms. Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said. And I... What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey, sadly, her testimony isn't supported by the owner of the other customer. Or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, it's true. The two testimonies tie up on that. They both said that there was no other guy at the table. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? No, we're gonna press harder. Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed them. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. That argument is as weak as the coffee at the Tribulations. I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population, the defendant. That doesn't make any sense if you ask me. This is a photograph taken from the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef, moments after the poisoning took place, correct? I think the court will agree that with such a clear view of the scene of the crime, how, Mr. Wright, could anyone have overlooked the second person at the table? Ugh. It certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Crime photo added to the court record. We understand that the guy, Glenn Elk, was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of the poison were found in his coffee cup. So, traces of the poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else? Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid, or was it a powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper? Did you put salt and pepper in your coffee, Wright? The victim took his coffee black, with no sugar. It seems that the poison could have only been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? No, we're going hard. We're going to press hard on this. Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. But what proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking. In case you were wondering, the last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Yes, that piece. What piece was it again? This. Oh God. Should I be grateful this coffee is only hot enough to give me first degree burns? Oh, now I remember. This is the victim's coffee cup. Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes, it's unmistakable. There's clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink that poisoned coffee that was in his cup. The victim gulped it down the bitter death that the waitress brought to him, like this. Ugh. For the record, the only prints on the cup were the victims and the defendants. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. Some kind of a motive? But yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion. You know what my golden rule is, detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee, you can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying we can always get another witness on the stand and we have to chuck you out. Gulp. So stick to the facts, detective. Now then, What was Miss Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. They say she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday too. Disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a winning ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then, is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? No, we're pressing harder. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's $500,000 lottery ticket. One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting a search of the defendant. What? Order? She's quite a lucky bird, honorable waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court. Immediately. I better keep an eye on that ticket. The way that judge's voice is quivering. There we go. This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial too. But it feels heavier now somehow. $500,000, you say? It's just a piece of paper. It's a scrap paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough. The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond a reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There is also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I don't mind an old man who is weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. With one final decisive piece of evidence. He's got more evidence against Maggie? This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... It can't be. Blood, can it? It seems the start of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean... Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide. The very poison used by the killer was in her apron pocket. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket? Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. What? Order. This court will accept these items into evidence. Got them both added to the evidence. There we go. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a blood stain. You don't need to be told. Just look at it. Well, detective? Could this stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some on her apron while taking someone their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last ruling I made on this case. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they have all been clearly established. Well, Trite, it seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. The investigation. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured your prime suspect. Very good. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, Trite. Don't count on any more cross-examinations after this one. So, let the fun begin. Fuck you. Fuck you. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him, but we figured out who he was pretty quick, and then the investigation went smoothly. Wait a sec. Huh? Did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to the court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down he's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table along with the lottery ticket. It seems Mr. Glenn Elk visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. That's a reliable enough source for the court. What should I do? Should I leave this alone or ask to hear more? Okay, so we have three options. We are going to go with the third one. We're going to go with ask about his health insurance. I want to know more about that than I do want to know more about the bag. So let's do that. So the victim had no form of identification on him, correct? Yeah. And yet, before arriving at the restaurant, he went to see a doctor, which means he must have had his medical insurance card with him. Oh, that's very true. The fact that it hasn't been found points to only one obvious conclusion. The victim's medical card was stolen. True, the victim didn't have a medical insurance card. But why? Because Mr. Glenn Elk didn't have medical insurance to begin with. Huh? As I thought, a thoroughly miserable young man. Or some kind of outlaw. A bit of an edge never hurt anyone. Looks like we're off course again, Nick. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Explain to the court the events following the preliminary investigation. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Hey, yeah, you nailed it, pal. It happened to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes. Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Sorry. So, Trite, someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? That's a pretty bold statement. Care to back it up with some evidence? Well, I'd love to, if I had any. It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. Actually, I'm gonna stop you right there. Gotta go with this apron right here. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. It clearly contradicts the, I thought. You don't sound very sure, Mr. Wright. Objection denied. Fuck. Damn it, I fucked up. I don't think that won me any points with the judge. I think I pressed the wrong thing. I don't know. Damn it. I can't believe I fucked up. We're gonna go back to this one. We're gonna ask about the prescription bag. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty. There we go. Huh. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence? Desperate, are you, Trite? Now, what happened with the investigation after that? When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. This is what I actually wanted to give. Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point out something out to you. There's just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh no, oh, finally. I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? No, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where then did the medicine disappear to? You are too cruel, pal. Indeed. Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Order, order. Well, Mr. Goto, what do you have to say to that? Huh, that's all. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New Ear Otolaryngological Clinic. Otolaryngological? I'm sorry, I can't pronounce that right. Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Goto? Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter wound, you could say. A war wound. The day before the incident, Mr. Elg found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his eardrum? Then what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. What? It's mentioned in the autopsy report if you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is. in very, very fine print. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe that he would have eaten his medication. Seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll be all over. It'll be over. She's right. But I can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? Let's push the medication issue. Because we need to know more about it. So let's do that. Only moments ago, Mr. Goto made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found in the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth. You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems like that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. That's enough. Mr. Goto, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Goto? I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was there in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Victor Kudo? The pigeon hater? Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems a little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay, good job, Nick. The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear from the prosecution's next witness. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. Whew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he helped me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay, I know about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. Like it felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. So the next witness is going to be the old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo. Lover of waitress outfits and projectile seats. I bet he's going to be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know. Yeah, he's a big old grouch. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. Alright, here we go. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Goto, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Name and occupation, if you don't mind. The name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me, mind you, I can be quite emotional at times too. We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation. My occupation? Listen, youngin. How much do you call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here? Kimono embroidery? That's what I do. Or did back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos. My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed. Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he could embroider my costume sometime. Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working in the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile. That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Now then, witness. Where are you in the restaurant at the time of the incident? Oh, yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javasino. Seeds? What do you think these are? I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps. Did I? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I did. I saw it all. Then please, tell the court. We're all ears. Sure. I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail. He's really getting into this. What I witnessed. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javasino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. Mr. Kudo, she is not a serving girl. Please refer to her as a waitress. Serving girl sounds very sexist, if you ask me. Kah, you're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's with old-fashioned ones, Newfangled? All this talk of radios and glasses, it's wireless and spectacles, I tell you. Excuse me? Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Let's go. The young man was reading the sports paper. The serving girl brought him a Javasino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. You said, I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by? Particular features? It's a disgrace. That's what it is. Sorry? You can see up all the way to her, you know. She's practically naked in that uniform. So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit? But anyone could wear just such an uniform. Even me. Mr. Wright, please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. I guess I got a bit carried away. Gah! There are other things I recognize about her, too. He seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? We're gonna press harder. Sure, you saw our waitress take the coffee over to the victim. But what matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Quite right. Mr. Kudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony. Sure. There was a ribbon in her hair and her apron straps were loose. You do seem to remember several details about her appearance. But what about the most crucial detail of all? Her face. Gah, as if I wouldn't remember that. The witness noticed the straps on the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face. That's right, I can even tell you the color of her ribbon in her hair. It was red. So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. There's no doubt he remembers the waitress pretty well. What should I do? I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. We're not leaving it. We're not asking about the straps. We'll ask about her back. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back. So what? Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
Ha! He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they are asked to describe someone. But this witness testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons. This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps and ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Gudo, the court requests that you add details about the identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony. Sure. This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. And if I can't find a hole in it soon, it'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. Oh, really? Is that what you think? Now we're going to present this. Mr. Gudo, I would like you to please take a look at this. God, that filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like just after he's done eating. Have you ever seen this before? Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that? Well, you half-witted clot. Or what? What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here. Mr. Gudo, this is this apron. It's the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this, which means if you had really seen this apron before, Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. Witness, you can't just say oops your way out. You can't just oops your way out of this. Ha. Well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Wright, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird? Exactly. And when that one waitress puts poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Gudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps. You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion where I forgot what burger a customer wanted. He can't remember? Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Gudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. Alright. He was another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling his pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the serving girl in question brought over the Javasino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Javacino, whatever. The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness' memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail. Oh, yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything. How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? I suppose, but it's what I do best. Alright, let's cross-examine this. We're just going to cut to the chase. Over here, this statement over here, we are going to present something. Oh, no, wait, go back. Mr. Gudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of the testimony? That this was the way of testing the credibility of your memory? I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory. I tell you, nothing. If I got anything wrong, I eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song. Care to tell us where this is going, Wright? According to Mr. Gudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left. Gah, what is this, kindergarten? But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes. And on the rim, you notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Yes, there is a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand. But how? Well, Mr. Kudo, court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Arrgh. Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park where he came from. Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you tell me I'm mad, you're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw. You still insist on your testimony? That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good, law-abiding citizen, I am. Is that deed young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo, who are at fault? Who, me? Thank you, old man. We heard quite enough from you already. Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear a little more? Mr. Godo? But this is my 16th cup of coffee, so this is your final stand. Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor. Left hand or right hand? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens on his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. And then he used the same cup hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. We all know that the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of a lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called the HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work. HDTV, DVD, CD, all newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth. It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying. And those are the facts. I'm good old black and white. Left hand or right hand? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the lens. Okay, this is where I'm going to present something. The prescription bag. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD? No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see the side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. But what did you say? You are no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right. It's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear, because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Is that true, Captain? It is. Pigeon. Pretty pigeon. Order. This witness testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitresses from behind, and he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Godo? A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk. Captain, are you calling me a drip? This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark of the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand. I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Javascino with his left hand. Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip with the cup, held it in his right hand, and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee. Which hand the victim used to pick up his cup is irrelevant, Your Honor. The fact still stands. With one hand or the other, Mr. Elk drank the poison coffee. There's a lot of fireworks that are shooting around. Like this. Sadly, Mr. Goto, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness' memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce. Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old fogey. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo. You can't reach me from there. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned. Wait! If we stop now, where does that leave me? Leave you, Mr. Kudo. Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there, I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now. How is your bad memory my fault? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do. I've kept my mouth shut until now, but there's something else the court should know. What? There's more? To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything, but I want another chance. I want another crack at you young shark. Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun. Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook. Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee. What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javasino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man. That's enough, witness. I believe it will be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony. You bet. Much, much quicker. I can't believe this is happening. You better get ready, youngster. I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's got to be using some sort of infinite ammo code with the box of seeds. The final showdown. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing. I'm not too sure of it myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javasino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke, and there's a strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, Is that all? Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. You doubted me again? You doubting a poor defenseless old man? No, we are not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah. So what? Probably. That's all I could think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy. Your bird brain, that's all you could think of. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your final cross-examination, please. Alright, let's go. First of all, I want to stress that this might be nothing I'm not sure of myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one Jappuccino. Let's press this. Let's present something here. The crime photo. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene. So what? Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Granddad? I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch. Ow, ow. Enough. If you throw any more seeds in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. Ah. What is it now? I just remembered something. Yes, go on. The broken vase. It was on my table. What? Oh my god. Well, you see, It startled me when the young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase on my table, I mean. The vase on your table? Yes, it was on my table. And that's how my groin came to be completely soaked. What? Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all? Perhaps there's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I got more to say. Oh yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. Wait, listen to me. He's gone. Well, we seem to have been completely sidetracked, and I'm still not in a position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are two disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark in the coffee cup, that the victim supposedly drank from his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it. I therefore require the both defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor. The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use, so he summarized it accordingly into the statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. Godo's really mad, huh? Yeah, I would be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Godo's. Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase in my seat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? This isn't a piece of testimony. More like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. Alright, and we're gonna get to the investigation. So let's get ready to do that. Investigation time. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? It got a bit crazy in there. I just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know what the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what the old Mr. Kudo saw. The apron straps and the ribbon. And that victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradictionitis. Time to play a doctor and find ourselves a cure then, huh? Yeah. We gotta find one for Maggie or she's gonna have a terminal case of guilty. Alright, we gotta move. I guess Maggie's still in questioning. Well, we got questions to ask her too. Maggie, keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. So she's not here. We gotta move. All right, let's go and do this. Empty as usual. Yeah, and it's lunchtime too. That's it. Come on. Hey, that sounds like... Now, just call it 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal. To the radio? Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why, of all days, didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. So Swiss cheese? Would he have preferred crumbly like aged Parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean? Well, how did she put it again? I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again. Something like that? Wah. Wah. Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall. Nick. Oh, man. Poor Gumshoe. So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? It didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste, and I just realized that it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you pay $20 for it, you know. Maybe he should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey Nick, maybe that's why Glenn L came here? Maybe he heard about the super fierce twin tea set? If by fierce you mean fearsome, speaking of Glenn Elg, that reminds me. We still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, singing as he's here? So what are you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right. You said you were listening to the radio or something. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe. You can tell me, little me. What were you listening to? Nothing really. It was just, daily exercise show. Uh-oh, here we go again. What the? A psych lock? This lunch special's lobster sure is great. Then why are there tears in your eyes? Well, there's only one thing we gotta do right now. The radio. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Not that you made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I'd say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you'd try to win big, just like Glenn Elk did. It's like you can see right through me. There we go. Huh? I cracked him already. See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. Unlock successful. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figured I'd give it a try. What's with everyone in the lottery? So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win nothing at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? And they got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. They even do the drawings live on the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elk was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah. What time is it now? It's just at the 1:30. And are the lottery results always broadcast at the same time? Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I brought the ticket. Millionaire radio flyer added to the court record. Millionaire radio? That sounds cool. I want to try it, Nick. Then buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Alright. Let's present this profile over here, Glenn Elk. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? Oh, he wasn't literally a computer, Maya. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know one. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elk worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens, Inc. Oh my god, really? Blue Screens? Or something like that. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about the high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. A computer firm called Blue Screens, Inc., huh? Alright. Well, that's where we're going. Alright, Blue Screens, Inc. That's where we are, that's where we're going. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. It's a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. The director? She's a human. She seems more like a ghost in a shell. And that thing over there, her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Elg's? That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All my programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. Lisa Basil is a palindrome. No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. Alright, so let's go and talk. Blue Screens Inc. So, what exactly is this firm of business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. Doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc, digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. It's a small firm, but all of my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of time scale on optical layers. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to read it. Influence responding time performance, so the code dependent on the global variables and memory overheads is valid input to the seconds of execution. Well, you got the idea. This is sort of the living thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all that? Yeah. Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. Alright. You know about what happened, Miss Basil? You mean about the Glen being poisoned? Yes. I know it's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc. Oh. How about Miss Ugg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one, right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue here somewhere. Alright. Okay, what's next? Let's examine a little more. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can't work under any condition, you know. You're trying to hit that I should try tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. Elk was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah. It says, meet with the tiger. With a tiger? Legends calendar added to the court record. Okay, tiger. Tiger, 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 uppercut, tiger, tiger, knee. Perhaps whoever this tiger person is must be friends with Sagat from Street Fighter. And this is a Capcom game after all, so of course I can make that connection. Let's see. What about this? Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? For betting on which horse will win a given race. They're racing tickets. So basically off-track betting. Oh wow, his drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they are all losing tickets though. Glenn Elg's losing horse racing tickets gathering up. Gather up. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? But I didn't know you were so hard up that you tried to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Alright. About Mr. Elk. He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh? Like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would say he's a genius, so he's really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We've got to find out what this trouble was exactly. About Mr. Elk. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. 3 psych locks. I guess Mr. Elk is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. We're coming back here later, once we can get some more facts. We're going back to Tribulations real quick, so we can go to the kitchen. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Who is this? I'll be back next month. Oui, natural elements. I will be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. What does she mean by that? None, I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. No, stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. No, Caesar's not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Oh no, you don't have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is an oil sandal. I do love raw meat from time to time. I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. Who is this? I have the shivers. I must rub some of my oil all over my body before I become the nervous wreck. Sir, oui, that feels good. Ugh. Ooh la la, excuse me, monsieur. My eyes. Your eyes? If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this. Land oil of sandalwood. Is this just the leftovers of what you were just using? Okay. I want to present something to him. So long as the paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with some broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. They keep harassing me month after month. In the end, I had to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them? With what? Must bien, sir. If I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands are tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? None. I cannot say. If I tell you that woman, she will slice me up. I just realized I read Phoenix's line in what was supposed to be his voice. And eat me with this added garnish. Ew, I hope it doesn't mean that he'll literally be sliced up and served with garnished. I'm going to guess that woman had something to do with your loan contract. No, I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract. Am I right? Ah. Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. I hope this doesn't get me like another psych lock thing. You don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? None, you're right, monsieur. But perhaps that is a perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps this name is la problem. People do not understand it. They think it's like trade. I just want people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on the cheap plastic trays. Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. Have you forgotten that Mr. Armstrong is a man, Maya? But the restaurant is my life. He's everything to me. I will defend it to life and alley. No one will take it from me. The woman who was here earlier, I take it that she's, why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly, I find myself so deep in my depth, it's a sign of a bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's more of a sign of a bad culinary skills. See, woman who was here, she's a scary woman. She is from my loan office. Loan office? Is that what you borrowed $500,000 from? We, tender lender, it's called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. Please. You must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. $10? Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So tender lender is loan office. The loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? I wonder if they got anything to do with this case. Alright. Tender lender. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like this slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who is this he? The tiger. The tiger? He's the manager of the tender lender. Terrifying man, the big city monster. When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling and the voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. As soon as I hear the noise of the battered old scooter rides, I start to cry. A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter? Does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no. He's a man of his presence, a most formidable personality. Although, does he have spiky hair just like you? There's a resemblance here, I suppose. Don't tell me this is another psych block thing, please no. Sounds like this is a loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit the Sender Lender, it's just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Thanks for the offer. Just beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Okay, we're moving. Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. We've got a big meeting starting in a bit. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down in a moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, well, see you later then. Bye! You better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah. It's for, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been real worried about her. She looked like she lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in there? There's not a person on earth who could down this much meat. You have no idea, Maya. You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tender juiciness. So will you give it to her? It took me ages to make, so please say you will, pal. I can't exactly say no, can I? Gumshoe's lunchbox. Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. He's finally gone. And that's where we move. We're going to Vitamin Square. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he wants to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least, not for now. Besides, any more seeds today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. Okay, so let's move. We don't really have anything else to do here, so... We are going to Tender Lender. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Well, welcome. Gulp. Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shiver up and die. You're here to discuss a loan. No, not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. She's gone. Just like that. I guess we'll just have to come back another time. But this is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'd be okay? Of course. No one will ever know. Coffee. Ah. I'll leave it here for you to enjoy. Quietly. Yes. Thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Nick, let's get out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. We got some things to do. First, we're gonna examine a few things, like this boombox right here. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud it's a wonder you can hear it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Ah. Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all? Gulp. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. Ooh, that coffee. It was laced with something. I'm almost sure of it. Nick, my stomach is killing me. Oh, wait. Maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. I sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw the Tiger? It's a demo CD. The artist name has been handwritten on the disc and pen. MC Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. A bit's heavy metal. No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Alright. What about this blue suit over here? Wait, yeah. That must be the suit that this tiger person wore in order to impersonate Phoenix, right? Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. Looks more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Hey, look at this. This suit's the same color as the one you wear, Nick. The same color as my suit. Ah, keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake? Huh? I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you. Only so I can take care of you. Understand? I'm scared, Nick. So? What were you getting so excited about before? Look at the lapels on the suit. That's an attorney's badge. Is the tiger a lawyer? No way. Look at this thing. It's made of paper. Paper badge out of the court record. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks cheap, really cheap to me, Nick. Why doesn't anyone recognize an obviously fake badge when they see one? Let's see, this round doll thing is called a Joruma, I think. I figured I'd read a book or two and be more cultured in case you're wondering. You mean you aren't making stuff up for a change? Heh, I bet you also didn't know that no matter what, he'll always write himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now, this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king? Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know. Assuming she knows what she's talking about, these aren't exactly your typical a mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Gulp. Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from underneath here. What is it? A repair bill? Looks like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light? That's insane. The car's registered to the Caverdinis? Huh? So it's not even the tiger's car. Why would someone else repair bill be in the tiger's office? Add that to the record. And now we have this little mess over here. Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. That's going to be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It was one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. How did she manage to knock one of those over? Are they supposed to be super heavy? Oh, hey. There's a book of matches here, too. Matches, huh? Places don't give those out nowadays. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on this cover. It says Tribulations. There we go. These matches could come in handy. We might be able to use them. Yeah. The pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. Come from under the desk, Maya. What are you two snooping around my office for? Nothing. We were just, my precious carpet, you's got ass on my rug. You're gonna wish your ugly feet never came through my door. It wasn't us. It was already like that. You's wanna argue with me? Is that what you're doing? You think you can take me on? I'm gonna find yous two into the pancakes and turn you into my new rugs. Oh. Don Tiger. You're back. Or Don Tigre. That voice. It's like evil slipping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry, Don Tigre. I knocked it over that ashtray earlier and... Eek! Has she got a death wish or what? Oh, right. Huh. Forget about it, Violetta. It is nothing. What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. You know those bandages on her head? Something tells me that something must have really happened right here. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. You love Violetta? Awesome. Gwar, Phoenix Wright. Yes? You's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan. So it was him. He's my phony. But I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? You should have left the little girl at home, right? I have a few things like that. Square. No questions. This is the last time we meet. Wait. Please. That was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you're one to talk. I didn't hear you scream, hold it, either. The espresso. And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what is the tiger called her? Violetta? Alright, let's talk. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tenderlender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you expect from a family-sized business. A conscientious rate of interest and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling this sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit of extra here at Tenderlender. Hey, Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment. Are they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Why don't you take it out of a loan? Would I like to take it out from a loan in a place like this? Not so much. Tenderlender is on your side. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Right. I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. Alright, let's talk about what happened. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned here in a restaurant near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger. Furio Tigre. Furio? Furio Tigre. Furious Tiger. Tiger uppercut. Tigre? So that's where the tiger thing comes from. Sandy folks got a real name, Nick. Hurry up and find out more about him. Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre? Cookie? Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. Hehehe. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. Hehehe. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and the scary girl working together? We are lovers. That's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me. The tiger saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre, of course, I'm sorry. He saved her life. I sure like to know how that happened. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. Hee. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctor said to abandon all hope. I guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little bit hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. I still wonder about what's in her coffee. So is that why you got that bandage around your head? This? So what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. a fatal injury? Maya just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once? Oh no, here we go. She really creeps me out, Nick. Same here, but we gotta find out the truth. But we're gonna have to come back here. We're gonna move around and see what we can find. We're going back to Vitamin Square. There he is. Old Cedy's back feeding the pigeons again. There, take this, and get out of my park. Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Gah. Hey, he just turned his back on this. I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in the court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Pigeon. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons. In with good fortune. Ow! Seeds! Shell splinters! I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Let's talk. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. God, everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A 30-year-old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, deprived animal. Not at all. Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some white powder into the young lad's Jabachino. Well, we hear you. And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece. On the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. We're really sorry. So I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I'll tell you. Okay, take it easy. Please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this. You said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. Do you hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one. Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole. Objection. Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood. That's all. I got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out. If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What do we do? We will suck it up. I guess I better let him talk. So there's not much call for craftsmen these days, then. Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Running errands? Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some bread, Gramps. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of two-bit community handman? Well, buy some bread. Now that I can understand. But what's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up, by restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you just get asked to run an errand there too? Yes, I did, the very day that young brat was poisoned. What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast. I was in a bit of a daze, you see. Whoa. Whoa. Yo, RPG Luminary. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Vesperia. Thank you for that gifted sub to Vesperia. I highly appreciate it, my dude. So congrats, Vespi. You got yourself a new sub. Thanks to RPG Luminary. Thank you so much, RPG Luminary, for that gifted sub. Hope you're doing well too, man. Then the order shouted over to me. Excuse me, Wah. You call the police? Call them yourself. I should have said back, but I didn't think of it at the time. So, did you end up calling the police? And also, I've actually revamped my hype emote, so now it looks like this. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? God, do I look like I have one of those newfangled dingamajigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course. You went looking for one? I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. For 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened. Yes, sirree, the owner was at Tribulations on his own. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing very well tonight. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I wouldn't have if you given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom. Oh boy. Thank you, Mr. Kudo. You certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more. I got more to say. Oh yes, I remember something else. Bailiff, escort the witness out of the courtroom. It's not my fault. You're the ones to blame. You could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the accounted time before the police arrived. The victim is dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman, that man, alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Oh, sure. You go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, We need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Okay. So, let's go ahead and move. We're done here. We're gonna go back to Tribulations so that we can move and go back to the detention center. We're gonna pay a visit to Bird, to Maggie Bird. We got some things to talk to her about right now, so let's do that. Oh, Mr. Wright. Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It's pretty much touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not what I remember of that incident anyway. Is it possible she's the one misremembering things? Let's talk first. Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember? Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? So you really think it was the disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it? Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication that's gone missing, sir. Ouch. My head. This is getting way too complicated for me. You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenn L., would collapse, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived at the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? Well, what do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this case, at all. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when he spoke with him earlier. I don't know. The things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD. Okay. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna present that lunchbox that we were given by the gumshoe. Oh yeah, I got something you're gonna love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe. He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too. I can't accept it. Detention rules, sir. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh. Really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. But she's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Alright. But we're not done yet. We gotta present another thing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna... Oh, oops, ignore this. No, skip. That was a mistake. Tiger! Holy smokes! That's him! Huh? That's your phony Mr. Wright. Just look at him. Look at that ridiculous suntan. For the record, I'm not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how. He told me he had been on business trip to Hawaii and that's where he got the tan. I'm not hearing this. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you gotta tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger. I'll spell it out and see what you make of it. Alright, let's talk. About the testimony. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say. It was an old man. Okay then, how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So? What does this woman look like? She was sort of a creepy, and she had a kind of a cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I come across a woman like that recently? You have. I know exactly who it is too. Okay. And now we move to the Criminal Affairs Department. Gumshoe should be there. We're gonna go and talk to him. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? Superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. It's gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No, just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot truck girlfriend. Some young guy? Really? Wow. This place is really buzzing. Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal? Dr. Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We've got a big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. Oh no. A virus? There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. Oh, that virus. But I really need to ask you some questions. Alright. Let's talk to him. Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. Yes? No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear? Okay. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there. We're not thinking about borrowing money, detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than an average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in their debts. Really? Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You really regret it if you upset that lady. I get it. I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady? Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? We better find out what the story is with this lady. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow. You know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Because they are. Okay, fine. I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal, so the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you got stored in your PCs here in the system. A virus could wipe out all of that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Well, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on a network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Just like a real virus, huh? But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that? Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible. Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on a Mr. Godot or something, so he catches a cold. Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong. Who, what, where, when, and why did this conversation jump to talking about me? Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I have heard the name of the virus that we caught somewhere before. The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. Let me be presenting something. This woman over here, Violetta. That's the girl who works over at Tenderlander. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it. She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she? That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Violetta Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Bruto Cadaverini. Do you know who that is, Nick? Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini's the boss of the Cadaverini family. The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name. We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No. I don't even remember saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Catarinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people. That's who. You're a cop, and you're scared. What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? Also, Charlotte posted this in the group chat, but I'll let you know personally. Twitch changed the channel port distribution to make it a little harder to get tier 1 subs. Only get 1.2 multiplier. Tier 2 get 1.5 and tier 3 get 2.2. Ah, I see. So if I were to actually change the channel points to make it more sensible, if I need to do that, I probably will do that. But thank you for the heads up. I'll definitely look into that after the stream. They pretty much control all the cash on the city's black market. The black market, huh? And that includes Tenderlander, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Catarini. And I mean no one. Interesting. So, Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then? Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him. So, how did she end up at Tenderlander? I don't know, pal. But I heard that she and the boss of Tenderlander are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. Sounds pretty like a pretty important clue. Still got more to do right now, so presents? Detective Gumshoe, about this. What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and this virus right now, so this is it. This stupid name, I remember now. I thought so. Here it comes. Don't nod to yourself, Nick, and keep me in the dark. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. MC Bomber. What? Yeah, the virus that just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? Alright, let's get those details. We already know about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer, in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. All this stuff with criminals and viruses. It almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on the tracing route of this virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah. And because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? A virus can be worth that much? Damn. I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Lunchbox? You remember, the weenies. I hate weenies. Oh, yeah, those weenies. So, how did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? It was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said? Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this? This sure is a heavy burden, in more ways than one. I can imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick. Tell me we don't have to eat all these too. I really can't eat anymore. Alright. She's not there anymore, so... And now we're gonna present the Magatama. Glenn's troubles. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elk was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps I can speak to someone in the customer service. What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Did Mr. Elk's troubles have something to do with this? What is that? A lottery ticket. There were a ton of these on the victim's table at the scene of the crime. And what is the relevance of that? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elk, had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone's dreams of being rich. Even I listen to the Millionaire Radio. She's right, that is a bit weak on its own. But Mr. Elk's gambling wasn't restricted to the lottery, was it? The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No! You're right, Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't have exactly the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000? Yeah, but... It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true Mr. Elk won $500,000. In the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. Elk's real problem was with someone or something was more terrifying and ferocious. Furio Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tenderlender. Tenderlender? People with businesses should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk. Well, what do you think? A firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Elk. You think Glenn has something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Really, because I've got proof that Mr. Elk and the tiger knew each other. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tenderlander. This is who Mr. Elk met with on the day of his murder. And the only thing the loan shark we're talking about will be his debt. No! Is it true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of a debt from his gambling habit? About $100,000, I think. $100,000? Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming, or what computer program will be worth $100,000. Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by any chance this? The MC Bomber. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber! No! Unlock successful. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky. Risky? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations. Where do you come up with these ideas? So it's safe to assume that Mr. L was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bauer virus? Yes. It was a work of genius in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. This date, December 3rd. That is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. Yo, H-Ken, good to see you, dude. There we go. How awesome was Min Min? Well, I actually thought she was pretty awesome, but she's not going to be out till next week, so I have to wait a week until I could get a chance to try her. But she looks pretty awesome so far in the game. Glenn Elks losing horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. I'm doing alright, just playing some Phoenix Wright. The Trials and Tribulations. Use trash can, Nick. Alright. Excuse me. Alright, we're gonna move. We're gonna go back to Tender Lender. Alright, we're gonna present the Magatama. Now it's your turn, Violetta. You are Viola. You said that bandage around your head was from a operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? But I'm doing very well, H-Ken. Hope you are doing well, my dude. Did the injury in question have something to do with this? Okay, so we're going to start off with the thing we gotta find. The repair bell. I have here a car repair bell. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cavarinis? Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cavarinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cavarinis is very strong, and this is why. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cavarini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Okay, that's one. It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me. It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but I took a blow to the head. A bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cavarini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they stayed, I'd have... It's possible. Could the person who committed the hit and run have been... This? It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident? It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe him. We collided. The motorbike. And my car. Don Tigre isn't injured at all. Is he? It was a tiger who caused Viola to crash. I could feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cataverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. Alright, let's see. The scooter over here. It's not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Mr. Cataverini, you know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cataverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true. I knew it. But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very expensive. How much we're talking? Very, very, very expensive. She seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cataverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? You're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cataverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. And there we go. Four months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious, a simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. They said that the operation cost $1 million. $1 million? My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cataverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers? I'm Bruto Cataverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer. He simply couldn't refuse. There we go. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things that I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. Yeah. I wouldn't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Repair bill's done. Let's move. We're gonna go back to Vitamin Square so we can go back to Tribulations. Bonjour. I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you, fellas. Oh god, not you. Ah, Zen's Hope. Who are you calling Zen's Hope? Ah. Come out from under the table already, Maya. Okay, hand it over. Or what? You want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now. Uh-oh, I think he wants Violet kind of read his papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? It's gotta re-trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. You just want to know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. And it ain't only her face. She thinks she's got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay us off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's 2 of us here. You got that? 2. We. Mr. Armstrong. Forgive me. Desolate, I cannot argue with him. Ugh, that really hurt. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get the lighter. Oh, wait! Don't take it too hard, Phoenix Wright. That was stupid. So stupid. I shouldn't have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Detective Gumshoe! Detective! You think you're gonna stop me, Copper? Beat it. Gwar! Whoa. Come on, Gumshoe. Keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal, and take this. If you get hurt, who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. I'll get even with that guy tomorrow, in court. Tenderlander is going down. Good thing the Gumshoe actually came in to the rescue. Yes, we're saving. For part 4-1, trial. We're ending this case tonight. We are doing that. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So, what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true, and we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Yeah, of course. I saw that. That little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How did you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy yet? 2? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple days ago. Wow, look at that. Look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're so aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, they're overflowing onto the floor. Hey, wait a minute. There's one bottle that's different from all the others. Well, what do you know? And it doesn't have a label either. And it doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Yeah, for the ears. Topical use only, apparently. For ears? You mean... Yeah, it was the medication Glenn Elk was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elk's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? Small bottle we filled into the court record. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... That's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal. This is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial, I'm going to expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. We gotta do this. We just have to. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good. Then we'll get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard of the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder into the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim on the cup was shown what the victim drank from with his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Goto. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece on his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made them effectively deaf in that ear. It's amazing how many contradictions in a single case can have, huh, Nick? Alright. Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You lost me already, Mr. Goto. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Are you implying that you resolve these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles. The old guy just wasn't throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today, I'll prove it. Very well. Let's let the first witness take the stand. And you are? Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am John Armstrong, the owner and chief of La Tres Ben Restaurant Enchante. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a waiter? Oh, monsieur, as you can see, I am a part and parky gentleman, none. On the day of the incident, you were in Très Bien kitchen? Isn't that right? Please, you, monsieur. Everything feels right. Ha! Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened on that day at Très Bien. Oui, Fontiers. When it all happened, there was 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decor that day, like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps there's like what the old man was looking at. Lack experience and lack glasses, he would have seen everything in reverse, no? Mirror? A grand mirror, that most enormous mirror. And suddenly the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That will explain the coffee cup and an earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have to made everything appear back to the front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Let's see. I gotta figure what I'm gonna do. So he says like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. I'm gonna present Victor's testimony. The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I'll have to penalize you, Mr. Wright. What? I must be on the wrong track. I think I might be. Maybe I need to do this. I'll go to the profiles and present Glenn. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, Mr. Kudo saw all that as a reflection in the mirror. It means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactly. You see, Monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, none. Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. Mr. Kudo really did see everything in the mirror. Why is it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order. Mr. Wright is correct. If the witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in the mirror, then we would have expected the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye. How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. They'll calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee? Or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume? The I broke the vase, sorry, apology letter, I mean? Exactly, the old man has one very grievous habit other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Elg? Clearly is the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Elg's HMD make a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both on his left ear. Did you hear? His left ear. Ha! Well, Trite. That's the worst. but the best impression of Kudo ever. Haha, man, where's Earpiece? He's guilty. Hey, Skitty. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. Goto's good. Enough. I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of contradiction you just found is a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Now for the next testimony. The mirror. Alors, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror, it was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing into the aisles. There is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. That was la seat at the table next to la victim. That was where the old man was sitting. After that terrible incident occurred, I moved la mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with this explanation we had just heard. From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little coquette. I'm confusing all the men like these. Don't worry about it. We can keep up except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteers, of course. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please. Oh, we're gonna cross-examine, alright? Not this statement. Or this. This one. Alright, Victor's testimony. Your Honor, Mr. Kudo's words yesterday strongly contradict Mr. Armstrong's testimony. This is the letter of apology that was written by Mr. Kudo, is it not? I realize it looks useless, Your Honor, but this is still a testimony. Ha! I guess useless people are the only really good at identifying useless things. What relevance does this scrap of paper have to the trial, Mr. Wright? Mr. Kudo's testimony is actually very relevant to the question at hand, Your Honor. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. It contradicts with something completely big. This crime photo right here. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist? Huh. Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify a statement. What is this something that should not exist in this photo? This vase over here. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not in fact sitting at the table next to the victim at all. Objection. Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Yeah, man, this guy is definitely guilty, though. Not only that, but we're making sure he is gonna get Like, these people are gonna get exposed, and we're gonna make sure that Maggie is innocent. She is definitely innocent. Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Goto, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary, in his own words. I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Gah! He's pissed. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we turned back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he couldn't hear? You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? There's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is quite simple. Mr. Kudo did not make a mistake. The ear doctor did not make a mistake. No. None of those two are not the right answers. The victim was a phony. This is the one. This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. And what is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter, a phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Oh man. Whew. Oh, his coffee is actually pretty bad. Order the court, settle down, or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? Trite, are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out of the whole coffee poisoning, all for the expensive purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was the serving girl brought him a Javasino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It is so hard to believe, but there was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it is also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la. Ooh la la, this is the most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You're under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Très Bien that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. Ooh, wee. There we go. La victim, Monsieur Els, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember la old man arrived not long after him. See, with no other customers. When we got word that he won a lottery, Mon, he became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that poisoning incident had occurred. No, there was no time for Phony to do acting. So you only seen the setup, you didn't see the real thing. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon, forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted Z's mess to be cleared up quickly. What you have just done is committed perjury, Mr. Armstrong. I will decide how to punish you later. Oi. For now, we will hear your cross-examination, Mr. Wright, if you please. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. As if he was set up to do that. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Well, let's go. So how we're gonna do this? Alright. We have a plan and we're gonna work on it right now. Not this one. We're doing this. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Oui. E comes often for my special coffee. I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience. Ooh, you make me so happy, monsieur. You're the most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh no, I cannot remember, monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Is that perhaps jogging memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have happened right between 2 and 2:10, none? Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, monsieur. You are wonderful. I can't sit here all day and do nothing now, can I? Time of day will be added to the witness testimony. Oui, monsieur judge. Everything I do for you. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. I remember that old man arrived not long after, just after 2 p.m. Let's see. I gotta present something to him. Oh, this. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Oui? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Oui. That must be a slow mun. Ilk was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, Mr. Wright. I wonder. You said the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I knew it was at that time because I just finished serving lunch menu. Get to the point, Wright, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30? Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. No! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum, catching a show that was already over. There is only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elgs in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elg, now dead, had been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glen Elg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how can you explain the time discrepancy? Quiet performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this? Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory is now just after 2 p.m. The phony Elg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glen Elg is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time the real Glen Elg was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion. Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. But what? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours? Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there were only 1 other customer there. If that customer was the phony Glen Elg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? Ugh. The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. The evidence? Well, what's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with a contradiction. But he's turning it all around. He's turning around and backing me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court would now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed? Alright. It's inside Tribulations. Not outside, but inside. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. But where could the body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court these plans, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. The exact location of the body was concealed inside Tribulations is... The body was hidden here. I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? There's one piece of evidence here, very crucial to this whole case, is this small bottle right here. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No, I've never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Queen? What? But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure that everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited the otolaryngological clinic and was given medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed and I had the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matched the prescription that was given to Mr. Elg. Boar! Glen Elg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. No! Order. This is an extraordinary development. Witness, did you murder Mr. Glenn Elg? Never! I could never do such a horrible thing. No! Wait. What the hell? Mr. Godo. The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you had by now? Then I'd like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear, my H-deficient friend? Je vous demande pardon, please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me. Listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor for Spanish. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it? No, absolutely no. Simply, Let's hear it. You got one shot. Right, Gramps? Witness, this court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godo's coffee mug awaits you, as does my gavel. It is clear. What do they always say in the movies? I got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. Oh man, this is getting crazy. It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. Men forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with it because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. You were forced by who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question, then. When Mr. Elk died, was he really the only person at his table? There was. There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. There's just one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. So let's go ahead and do it, shall we? It is true, I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. This is what we present. John's loan contract. You have a $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Oui. Just suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed the money. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything you asked for of you by this man. We're going to switch this to profiles. And the only person that fits this bill is Furio Tigre. We are going to go and use them for this. Present that profile. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you. Oui, it is as you say, Mr. Armstrong. My tiger, he told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand as they repay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the inconsistent Maggie out of the dining area and Susie's kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I have seen. I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. Oh shit. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison in the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I didn't know nothing about that. Making it look like that was Maggie who did it. I was not. It was despicable. Mr. Goto, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we'll adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Wait. 30 minutes. Well, what? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go on either way. Very well. Your request is granted, Mr. Goto. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. Damn. But we're almost done. We have another part of this trial to go through. And we will. So let me save. This is it. This is the final part of this episode. We are going to clear Maggie's name, and we're going to expose Tigre for the murderer he is. And we have all the proof in the world to show for it. So let's go. Alright. Well, here goes nothing. Plus Tigre hurt Violetta's feelings. That's even worse than murder. Well, I don't know about that. But regardless, we gotta do this. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Goto picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gunshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda got warmed up. No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? Y'all will have reconvened by then. But Nick, you still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? The small bottle. If you're going to go back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? Oh, hey. Excuse me. That's the small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah. I think it's time we solved the last mystery of who the prints belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing on me too. Small bottle given to Detective Gunshoe. We gotta do this. Okay, I'll get all this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. We have to do this. This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. And that's what we're gonna do. Cool, now we convene. Mr. Goto, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed them for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites. Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there, too. Would you mind? What'd you say to me? Nothing. I didn't say nothing, honest. Who could have guessed that fear would have induced a bad Brooklyn accent to the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? Heck no, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to drop my pen. What on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the normal proceedings as normal. That's it. We're doomed. Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What do you say? There's no point in struggling. You were caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. It's too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's get started with the basics. Do you think he was born with fangs or sharp tooth in his teeth? Probably. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mass boy. I mean, didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie, who? I got some more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you can give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Phoenix Wright? You's the one who set this up, didn't you? You's gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Oh, maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Get a grip, Nick. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in the office. I got wheels lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. At last I found my pen. Very well then. Mr. Wright, you're cross-examined. What is it? Please, witness. If you could refrain from shouting like that. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you're gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one little contract I refuse to sign. Don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle the tiger. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute. That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. You'd better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Just in case anything happens. Alright, let's go. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Let's go. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my schedule. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. Ugh. There he goes again. What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what it was doing on the day of the murder. So, now what? We're pressing harder. Let's go. Mr. Tiger? Secret? What did you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Wright, and you know it. Remember the rules. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Goto, if you could please, Mr. Tigre, could the court ask you to add that last statement to your testimony? Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. That's toxic masculinity, if you ask me. The day you was talking about, I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before. Testimony scored for. Oops. Damn it. I think I pressed the wrong things. Present the wrong things, so let's go this one. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elk, but it appears that Mr. Glenn Elk knew you. What? Mr. Elk left this note, little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger, and the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elk, because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. He's mad. Bruh. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, actually. Yous ain't no. Actually, not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with yous to see how good you were. Bullshit. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. You calling me a liar? Is that what you're doing? Uh-oh. So you're saying that you've claimed to have never seen that kid before? Is that the truth? I said I'm dead serious. You better believe it's the truth. Ha. But I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court witness? He never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. This time I nailed this guy. I ain't no liar. I never met Glenn Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanting to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint, you hear? You's here? I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't going to make my bus now. I'm going to have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Grr. He ain't paying shit, though. He owes him nothing. So he can fuck off for that. And now to figure out, What do I need to do here? There was a piece of evidence that actually proves that he is a fucking liar. These matches right here. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? We found them in your office at Tenderlander. They're from that restaurant. Woo! If you've really never been to Tribune before, what was that book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order, order. Well, witness, I think it's time for you started telling us the truth, don't you? Gah. Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. A what? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. You're definitely lying. Well, well. Plus, you just lied right now. Looks like an order just came in from another testimony. And I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn Elk that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. Alright, we're getting close. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. Okay, we're getting there. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make Normal Express. No more stupid questions. Ha, no problem. Anytime Triper presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see that he pays a penalty. Mr. Goto, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so you know, since you use playing. Oh, man. Doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Oops. I was supposed... Alright. Alright, what we're gonna do next is we're gonna present something. The floor plans. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why? That's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So, from the entrance of the Tribune, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Objection. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elk, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, The real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg and then impersonated his victim in a performance with Victor Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. Okay. I will gladly do that, and I know exactly who it is. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. Well, what? Well, witness? Now that's cute. You think you could pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on, you got the guts? You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's a defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright? Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts. I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. How? Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godo, let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no, no, no. Serving girl brought him a Jabasino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She's very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Yes. It was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godo. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha! Found your pen at last, Trite? It was in my pocket. Ahem, but anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed 2 people that day. Yep, 2 people. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and waitress. From behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright? I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident, and someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress? Mr. Kudo witnessed. Who was this waitress? Okay. I know who. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadavarini. She's an employee of Tenderlander. You's making a big mistake. No, I'm not. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it is true that there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. And she had kind of a cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when the eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There is only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real, and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? You're alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? You got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you missed out one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him. You's here? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ha! What a troublemaker. Troublemaker. Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? This is the last chance to do this, to get him. Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. That kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she had done, everything would have been over. So I'm going to go and charge my Pro Controller while doing this. Now I see the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you just got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. That's fast and fast. 100,000 is twice his principal. And her payment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got the $500,000 just in time. So I ain't having no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? Yes, I have one. But what is it? We'll have to catch him, somehow. Alright, let's press this one. The waitress, you mean? The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Maybe I should push a little on this. As how things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Are you all over there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 bucks back. That's all. I'm a businessman. I was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. The tiger's motive, huh? I was after $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. Alright. Oh, you do have a motive. Let me go to it. The MC Bomber. So you just intended to get back $100,000, Mr. Elgo, you correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection.
What are you getting at, Wright? What else would a money lender be after other than money? Oh, the money lender was after money, but I put money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the inside of a computer. A computer? What does one of these do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several $1 million? Leaving money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of the program? Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trite. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. Of course he could, provided that he had time. But what if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. Seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million? Okay. The answer? The answer is this. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. The medical association got wind of it, the hospital would have ended up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Yeah, he's pissed. He is done. Order, order, order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright? Indeed it did. Simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Poor. Your life was in danger unless you paid for compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire that $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elg had no way of paying back $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. Alright, take care, Shad. Hope you have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godo? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too, $500,000 in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Order, order, silence, or I will clear the courtroom. You just put on a good show, Spiky. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You think I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. Yo, CTK, what's up? Thank you for that follow earlier. How you doing, man? That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. Hey, Matt. I'm wrapping this up. This is going down. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Another one? Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Wright? Honestly, I've been a roller coaster mess today and this entire weekend. Damn, man. Sorry to hear. Okay. Oh, I know the trick. This paper badge right here. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Yeah, consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. Yeah, so did you see all, I'm sure you've seen the news what happened regarding Mixer CTK. Man, I'm sorry, man. It has to be very stressful. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Although, yeah, I've been devastated. My 10 months of work down the drain, I have to start over again. Yeah. Now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most destructible, shabby defense I've ever seen. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Gulp. Hey. Forget about it, yeah? That's why I just made a new account. Didn't want to tie with my former one? Ah, yeah. It must have been very stressful. A huge, like, cloud that's just, like, right over you because of all this. It's awful. It's an awful situation, dude. Sorry, man. I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? Dude, if this pandemic, the moment the pandemic is over, you're getting a big hug from me. I promise that. It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Mr. Goto is right. Your Honor? Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. I preside over this court as the judge with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by memory without evidence to support it. No! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. Circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far! You say he impersonated Glenn Elm. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Ugh. I haven't had a desire to play anything today. I know SpongeBob comes tomorrow, but mentally I'm not up for it. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. Sucks to be you, Wright. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit, but I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just have one more piece of evidence, and maybe I can get Maggie off the hook. This witness cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigre. Your Honor, sir? Wait. Detective Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, pal. I stalked everything on this. My badge. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. What? Sorry it took so long, Pap. I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some sort of kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigre's paw prints, right? Alright. That's great. We got them now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on their line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the Tigre put poison in Glenn Oak's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that the prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I tried, never used. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie, and I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry, I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you out of your hair somehow. Detective Gumshoe! Wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Back inside. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted your research so you could prepare this decisive evidence you discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense. Try it. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court. Can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you going to waste? I ain't been to no court before. For these lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. Are you sure about that? No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he got me beat, he'll let his guard down by a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's... Your Honor? Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone here knows this bottle contains, except for one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that fancy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, a phony clues. Everything about this case has been a phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains the potassium cyanide. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide. The poison used to murder Mr. L, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that? What? You ain't never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. They ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in it. Don't mess with the tiger, or you're just gonna get ripped to shreds. Inside that bottle was brown. It was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. Oh shit. That is all he needed. Got him. At last. What? Why has everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle? Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle sign that was in. But you ain't gonna find prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in the courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You don't know? Who you messing with? I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jump-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that was just what you deserved. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. He is done. What's going on? Looks like a blackout. Well done, Wright. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Holy fuck. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't let me go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Goto? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Linnell, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Mr. Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of the genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with it, with everything, if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. Ha! A truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Goto. Well, I am in now position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Confetti! Holy shit. That is all. This court is adjourned. Mr. Wright, I am at loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago, but now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait. Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, well, I guess I'll be seeing you around then. Wait up, detective. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. It's like the Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on the first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report on the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. That food. Here you are. A present to celebrate your freedom. And that's a present for Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies. You know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today. It's okay if I eat this now? Whew. Damn. So, how was it, Maggie? It's really good. Damn. So the case of the phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows, maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. And that is the end of episode 3, Recipe for the Turnabout. Turnabout Beginnings. Ooh, Edgeworth is going to be back in the next one. We will do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, we will be doing Turnabout Beginnings. But yeah, what a session tonight. Holy shit, so much has happened. I actually been streaming for over 5 hours and a half, like more than that. I just want to say for good measure. Alright, well, holy shit. That was crazy. So, that's the end tonight. Case 3 is over. I was hoping it wouldn't last as long as it did, and that I would have at least tried to squeeze in case 4. But I'm going to do case 4 at the beginning of tomorrow's stream, and then we're going to do what I can do of case 5. That's going to be the plan. So, we'll find somebody to raid a little bit. But first, here is the schedule for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, more Phoenix Wright. We're going to be doing case 4 to start off. And then we're going to do case 5 afterwards. Then whatever I can do for case 5. And then Wednesday is the Ninjala multi-stream. Thursday is Retro Night Sega Ages. And then Friday and then Saturday is the Clubhouse games. Saturday Night Game Club. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. I'm gonna get the credits rolling while I rate somebody. But yeah, you guys have been amazing tonight. I'm gonna take a look and see who I raid, but first, who am I going to thank? Plenty of people. There's a lot of people that I like to thank. For starters, I would like to thank CTK Plays With That Follow, and also the RPG Luminary giving the gifted sub to Vesperia for earlier on. That was actually very appreciative. Let's see, who is online that I can raid? There's a lot of people online right now, but I am going to see who is online that I can actually raid. Let's see. Who is on? You know who I haven't? There's actually someone I haven't rated in such a long time. Yes, you did miss the stream, Sir Slush, but it was a really good one. Case 3 was crazy. Oh my god. As far as who am I going to be rating? Well, I know exactly who I'm going to raid right now. We're going to be rating Skojo Hat Girl. I have not rated them in forever. So let me go ahead and actually like get that going. And there's the raid call, and there's the actual raid. Alright, thank you all for coming through, guys. Yes, that case was definitely crazy, and we finished it from start to finish. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Case 4 and Case 5. Take care, have a great night, and fight for everlasting peace.